Ой. Ой, мама звонит. Ай-яй-яй. Блин, как спина-то болит что-то сверху где-то. Как будто тяжесть носил какую-то. Ну хотя ладно, да, ванну тащил. Ванну же тащил, блин. Туру-ту-ту-туру-ру. Так, все. Ой, бля, можем играть. Гадвидвизи. Так. Что у меня есть еще? По заданию вообще ничего нет. По заданиям точнее. М, м, Окей, ладно, видимо. Видимо, невидимо. Окей, похуй. Тогда можно идти в Малышев. В Малышов. По квестам теперь только прямая. По основным квестам, видимо. Да? Надо только где-то подрыхнуть бы. Беспалевно.
There's nothing here. You won't come in. Nah, that's better.
Ну, чуть-чуть что-то подремал я, конечно.
All right, bastard. Come on then. You're mine.
Может, халевик какой.
You're not a... You won't come. Nah, and don't think... Out.
Да нормально, чуть-чуть поспал, хватит. Где петушок должен быть. Во. Петушка выпьем.
You're a disgrace.
Are you all right?
Gah!
Someone's been
Quick! Gah! Go! Gah! Go! Go! Whoa! Whoa!
Tell me something about the stables here in Malashov.
The Ruthards always set great store by
Я
having a
с ним
buck
уже
between
разговаривал.
but that's
Нормально.
even if...
The Ruthards sent me.
What's that to do with me? Those days when Ruthard was the Lord of Malashov are over. I don't want to have anything more to do with him, so you can be on your way.
He sends you his regards. And he asked me to remind you that he's still paying for masses for your family, as the two of you agreed.
Sakura. Nobody knows about that but him.
That's why he told me. So you'd be sure I really did come from them, and this isn't a trick.
Well, that changes things. Sorry for being a bit hostile-like, but times are tough. A man can't be sure of anything. Good to hear that Sir Quinlan still has a few friends left. Give him my greetings, and thank him for still honoring our agreement.
Sure. I'll pass that on to him.
So, tell me, what did the Rothard send you for?
I've got to get into Malashov to free a friend who's held captive there.
What, all alone? Maybe I should send for a priest for you, eh?
Don't worry, I'll figure it out. Lord Ruthard told me about a secret passage that will take me there. What I need from you is to get a fresh horse ready for my friend. A fast one, for when we get back.
Well, you sure ain't lacking in courage. But you're really asking me for a lot. A fresh, fast horse don't come cheap. But fine, since you're from Sir Kunslin, I'll have it ready for you. Somewhere a bit further.
Надо было это сделать. Оба.
Here so I don't get in the shit if things go sideways.
Of course. The last thing I want is to endanger you unnecessarily. And the Ruthards promise to pay for the horse if it comes to any harm.
All right. So look, here next to the stud farm, there's a kind of band of rocks below the forest. When you go alongside the rocks to the end, you'll find a wooded copse not far from the castle. There's a well-trodden patch of ground there, so that's where I'll have that horse ready for you. Hopefully, nothing will happen to him if I just leave him there. Recently, there's been wolves and wild dogs sniffing around here, so we have to watch out for the animals.
Thanks. I'm obliged to you.
Tell me more about this secret passage. They say there's one here somewhere, but no one knows much about it.
That passage is secret for a reason. The less you know about it, the better.
Herregott, I'm to risk my farm and maybe even my life for you, and you won't even tell me that much?
Sorry, I can't do it. It's really for the best.
That's gratitude for you.
I believe in God, the Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and in Jesus Christ, his only Son, our Lord, who was conceived by the Holy Spirit and born of the Virgin Mary. He suffered under Pontius Pilate, was crucified, died, and was buried. He descended into hell. On the third day, he rose again. He ascended into heaven and is seated at the right hand of God the Father Almighty. He will come again to judge the living and the dead. I believe in the Holy Spirit, the Holy Catholic Church, the communion of saints, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, and life everlasting. Amen. This must be the chapel Rosa was talking about. I'm supposed to look through its arch for some old ruins. Well, let's see. The chapel directed me here. There's no doubt about that. So somewhere around here, I have to find a stone cross, and then go in the direction the top is pointing. A cross in stone. This could be the place Rosa mentioned. I'll grab the spade and see if I'm in the right place. Ugh, a tough job, but it was worth it. The way to Malashov is clear. Sit and stay. An axe to deal with the supports and the planks at the entrance. A spade and bucket to clear away fallen earth and free up the entrance. Everything's ready for escape whenever needed. The Ruthards really left nothing to chance. Fuck, that's deep. I wouldn't want to fall down there. What do we have here? A ladder? In an escape, it'd be enough to pull it up, and that'd leave any pursuers stuck. I just hope it can hold one attacker. Damn it, that's cold. What's this door doing here? Could it be another of the Ruthard's tricks? But if this beam is dropped onto those cleats, no one would break through in a hurry. I reckon with this, any defenders could hold off their pursuers for quite some time. This will come in handy on the way back.
I did nothing. Police, I did nothing. Police. Help, he killed. Да, пока тебя не было, мы тут это... Орел 9-го легиона посмотрели, потом вот начали. По сюжету идти начали.
This is it. All right then. Courage, Henry. Courage. You can do this.
Ну, короче, сидим, чилим. Знаешь такое слово? Чиллоут. Я называю это чиллоут. Течение пива у тебя внесу. Знаешь такое слово?
And Ruthard and Liechtenstein are turning the Kuttenberg houses against us.
Bavag will deal with Ruthard. But Liechtenstein is your concern. How come you haven't caught him yet?
He's slippery as an eel. He's hiding somewhere in the Jewish quarter. I sent spies to track him down, but they never came back.
Flush him out of that hole of his. For fuck's sake!
Why such concern, Otto? Kuttenberg is ours. Sigismund has the reins firmly in his hands.
Ну, походу, сделают.
He's got fuck all in his hands. Sigismund thought at first he'd come to terms with his brother Wenceslas, clear the way for him to the imperial throne, and take the Bohemian throne for himself. But Wenceslas couldn't even get off his drunken ass and go to Rome for the coronation. And now, the glorious Hungarian king has fallen for Jobst and his damned truce. He's been taken in by that treacherous turncoat.
Празднуют, видишь?
Jobst betrayed
Табаку сидят.
Then Sigismund, and now us. He fooled all of us. But what can he really do against us?
I'll tell you what. While pretending to parley, he incensed the Hungarian nobles against Sigismund.
Surely Sigismund's army can deal with that inconvenience.
Ha! He was paying his Cumans by letting them pillage Bohemia. He set half the people against him in the country he wants to rule. And now, there is nothing left to plunder. While we are shuffling our feet here, Jobst is surely
Jobst.
mustering an army.
What are we going
Yup.
to do?
We've got Cabon. That'll keep Hanush and the Lipa people at bay. If they ever want to see their heir alive.
Jobst has Liechtenstein mustering other allies for him. We get him in our grasp, and Jobst will be like a
Yup.
fish out of water in Bohemia.
Нормально.
I'll
Так
drive
можно
him out of that
переименоваться
Jewish
же.
den with my own 2 hands. Count on me, sir.
Походить только надо по всяким штукам.
The betrayers of Christ hiding a betrayer. They are rich. All that's needed is a good pretext.
The Kuttenbergers will be quite happy if their debts to those usurers happen to go up in smoke.
Yeah.
Это не про евреев, если чё.
Young man.
The gate open.
A horseman, sir!
Hanush is out of the game. The Kuttenbergers are taken care of, and we'll catch Liechtenstein. You'll see, my friend. Good times are coming.
Your Graces, King Sigismund is convening the town council, but first he requests your presence at the Sedlitz monastery, without delay.
What's all the urgency about?
Surely you must know that yourself, sir. The captives fled Trotsky Castle and killed Istvan Toth while escaping.
What?
Опа.
That's not possible. That's a lie.
It is true, Lord Toth is dead.
Ну поплачь. Ну поплачь. Давай. Ой, и птишки на твоей жизни.
Who? Speak!
The messenger said something about Cobbler's bastard and some outlaws.
I swear, by everything that is holy, I will find that whoreson, and I will rip out his heart!
Jesus. What's with that boy?
Sir Istvan was like a father to him. You better go. Bring the horses!
Shame about that dog.
Да реально собачку жалко. А этот лысый что-то уже знает. Так они еще евреев хотят там прогнать, короче.
Luck was on my side. Now to find Capon and get out of here.
A small escort with him, so the garrison is slightly weakened now. So, be extra
Блин,
alert
уже
on your
день
watch.
же.
If I find
Сколько сейчас
anybody
времени?
slacking off, they'll get the whip.
You got it, Conrad.
Jeppo, I'll send Hyman.
Ой, блядь.
You'll be in charge of the southern and eastern fortifications.
All right, Conrad. I'll get right.
Franz, run along back to the garden and get some sleep so you don't fall asleep during the night watch.
I don't worry.
Быстрее,
The rest of
быстрее.
you know your orders. You'll be sorry if you don't. Dismissed. And don't drink too much.
Got it, Conrad.
Воришка, если что.
Conrad sent us to keep watch here.
I think you're just holing up here. I'll ask him first thing tomorrow and see what he tells me.
Wait, Mom. We're on Conrad's blacklist, and ever since he yelled at you last time, I reckon you are too. So what do you say we help each other out a bit here? We'll hole up a bit downstairs, and you won't say anything to the captain about it.
Have no fear. We'll just have a little nibble, with your kind permission.
And we'll be as quiet as mice in the hall. We won't disturb you, trust me.
А, они как раз вино пойдут пить, походу, да?
With nobody taking her seriously around here. She's some third-rate daughter of some lord from who knows where, so she was actually quite lucky that old Otto took a liking to her. The thing is, everybody knows where she comes from and treats her accordingly.
Нет, походу, вино не будут пить. Ну, яблоко я, наверное, не буду красть. Или мне все-таки красть яблоко? Я вот не знаю. Так, это не то. Эодорончик. Ну как, это же яблоко, зачем его красть? Ну ладно, ради тебя украду ее. Так и быть. Ну раз хочешь яблоко, так украду ее. Что расскажешь хорошего? Нежные поглажки.
Wait.
What the devil are you doing in my chambers? And at this hour? Guards?
Don't move, woman. And be nice and quiet. I'm sure you'd like to keep that pretty smile of yours.
Surely you wouldn't hurt a woman?
I wouldn't, but my steel has a mind of its own. So unless you want to meet it nice up close, better watch your step. Got it?
All right, all right.
Do you know something about a book? Red leather binding with gold trim.
Sir Otto was reading one like that. It'll be around here somewhere.
Where's Hans Capon?
One floor higher.
Be reasonable.
I understand.
Она уже крикнула страшно, блядь. Понятно, короче. Задудели, блядь. Ну, приятного аппетита тебе. Или ты только из-за этого пришел сюда, из-за того, что ты покушал пирог? Похвастаться? Ну, ты хвастался, ну, я понял. Любишь похвастаться тем, как ты пирог вкусно ел, а мы тут харчи только какие-то кушаем. Да? Вот он, ну, такой у нас. Да чего вы дудите-то, блядь? Значит, похлебочки кушаем там. Воду супную. Ну, суп без всего, с хлебом. Хлеба туда положим и так кушаем. А ты там пироги.
Someone help! No! Leave me alone!
Jesus! Halt! Halt, you murderer! I'm gonna shoot you! Punishment by the blade, my favorite.
Worry!
Watch out! I'm gonna shot him!
Quick! Are you mad? You'll kill him! You won't surrender!
Now you'll see what we do with criminals, bastard! What do you want? You son of a bitch!
I'll you up like you deserve. Don't think
Still believe in yourself?
Show your stuff!
No fear! I'll take that, swine! I'll shoot you an extra arsehole!
The pillory's too good for you. I'll chop you up on the spot. You wanna try me? I'll hack you up like you deserve. Show your stuff! Punishment by the blade, my favorite.
Да ебать. Я же зацеивился за ней, и при этом почему-то тревога теперь работает. А? Что такое вообще? Ой, все похвастался и убежал его дрончик. Ну что это такое, а? Вот человек сказал, пироги кушаю, и ушел сразу. Вот что это за люди такие, а? Где такое видано-то? Вот раздрочил пирогом своим, да? Вот раздрочил своим пирогом жена. А теперь мы без пирога, бля. Без, бля, пирога. Я не понимаю, что за прикол с сейвом теперь.
Christ have mercy! He's gonna kill.
А, или они заметили внизу что-то.
There must be some clues that'll lead me
Something's
to the
missing here.
murderer.
Someone stole it.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Ну ладно, хоть так. Хотя бы, да? Ну, придушил чуть-чуть бабу.
I don't see a bloody thing. I hope that bastard doesn't return.
Нормально.
Is somebody... Huh? Did I imagine it?
Да так, блядь, что это было? Блядь, хотел убить его, он что-то, ой. Что такое? А, это кто такой? Ян Птечек? Куда спрятался, а?
What is happening? Who are you?
Quiet. If you make a peep, we're done for.
Henry?
Good God, Henry. How did you... What are you doing here?
What do you think I'm doing? Hunting boar? Came to save your noble arse.
My noble arse thanks you. Oh, how did you get here?
I'll tell you later. Who's this?
Vauquelin-Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. At your service.
Brabant led the defense at Kuttenberg. He's Sigismund's prisoner, same as me.
And I came very close to holding the town. Besides...
There's no time for chit-chat. He's our ally. We can't leave him behind. Right, no doubt you've got a cunning plan for us to get out of here, right? Well, let's hear it.
Это тот француз, который обосрал
Listen, I got to
оборону
the fortress
Кутенгара.
through a secret passageway that old Ruthard told me about. Von Bergov knows nothing about it.
C'est magnifique! Very cunning.
They know in the fortress now that something's up, but we can handle it. We're lucky von Bergov left the fortress along with von Aulitz and some of the garrison. So I'll take you to that passageway, and we'll get out of here. We'll get to the forest not far from here. I'll have some horses ready there. We'll be gone before you can say the Lord's Prayer.
Formidable! I call that an elegant plan. I myself had to sneak like that once during the siege of Arezzo. So, what are we waiting for? On y va!
Wait. A passageway, you say? A dark, narrow passageway?
Well, it's just a passageway. There's a bit of water in it to wade through, but nothing we can't handle.
You can forget about it. I'm not going through any passageway.
What?
Let me repeat. No passageway for me. It's not the chivalrous way.
It is not chivalrous, c'est vrai, but in our situation, it is more than delicious.
Don't worry. Just trust me. Remember what I said at Trotsky? I won't allow anything to happen to you.
I remember. But If I faint or go mad in that passageway, I'll put you in danger too. And I'm not going to let that happen.
Now relax. We'll manage it together.
Henry, I mean it. You have to trust me on this one.
All right. I do.
Un moment. Henri? You said that von Bergov left. Is that not so?
Yes?
And what about horses? Are there any horses left here?
I think there's a couple, yeah. In the lower courtyard.
Très bien. That will be enough. We just have to get to them. But I think we could get there stealthily. It is not far from the tower to the stables. Then you simply open the gate, et voila, we are gone! Just like I escaped when surrounded by that English dog John Oakwood. It may not be the best plan. It was not back then either. But we simply had no other choice.
That's a wonderful plan. No passageways. But we need some weapons.
Exactement. To have a proper piece of steel in my hand again. Preferably Milanese, although I would be satisfied with something local.
Damn it, Henry. Stop fooling around.
Well, I don't have anything for you. Maybe we'll find something later.
I certainly hope so.
Merde. Our plan is starting to fall apart.
I'll go ahead and scout it out. When there's a suitable moment, I'll let you know and you can head out.
And how will you let us know?
Well, the stables can be seen from the entrance hall. If you signal us with a torch from next to the horses, we'll head towards you.
Agreed. Good idea. Wait for my light.
But you must be absolutely certain that the way is clear. If you have any doubt, do not risk our lives. Better to come back to us, and we shall go together.
True. And if we don't hear from you or see your signal for a long time, we'll try to make it on our own.
Précisément. We cannot sit here forever.
Right. Got it. I'm off.
Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go to the window and wait for Henry.
I think it would be better if you watch the stairs. You have better hearing.
You said you once discovered a dozen English spies, so you can surely...
Eh bien.
I have a weapon.
Fine. Thanks, Henry.
I have some...
Très bien. Now, I will show you what the Cavalier Vauquelin Brabant is.
Они отравились вином. Заебись. Не зря налил, получается-то. А? Ну чё, понравилось вам? Вино-то вкусное было, а? Мне кажется, им понравилось.
Hey?
Вкусно выпили, чё? Да? Насладились, так сказать. Вкусный, так сказать, оттенок винного вкуса. Ё-моё.
them by the blade, my favorites. You're no match for us, fucker! The pillory's too good for you. I'll chop you up on the spot. Show me you're made of! Kurva! I'm wounded! I'll hack you up like you deserve. You want to try me? Punishment by the blade. My favorite.
Take that! I'll rip your ass open! Do it!
Now you'll see what we do.
What do
with
you
criminals,
want?
bastard?
Да ебать. Ладно, есть у меня одна идея. Идея, конечно, такая интересная. Крыжемеля, может, поймет эту идею. Я думаю, что они тревогу подняли, а это из-за того, что я их отравил, видимо. Реально. Видимо, реально траванул, короче, они тревогу подняли из-за этого.
Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go to the window and wait for Henry's signal.
I think it would be better if you watch the stairs.
Why's that?
You are younger. You have better hearing.
You said you wanted to...
The stairs, if Monsieur le Chapon so ins...
Fine. Thanks, Henry.
Fuck. I have some... Très bien. Now...
Я думал, щит им дать. Но, видимо, они не любят щиты.
Huh? I imagine it? I must be mad. You're a dead man!
Sure.
The pillory's too good for you. Christ! My head!
are, you
Show what
wretch?
you're made of!
I'm all yours.
What do you want?
I'll help you arrest him.
Ah! Ah!
Come on, then.
Now it's fucking personal. We have to get to the bottom.
Ah! Ah! I'll get you. Ah!
Так. Что я намудрился стелсом, короче. Они теперь все такие эти. Нахера я травил их вообще? Надо было их этим, ну, чтобы спать, типа, колыбельно, а не яд, блядь, класть туда. Стелсанул, так сказать, крыжами. Стелсан-депо сделал такой, знаешь, некую. Ну. Надо было им слабительное туда вообще накачать. Жалко нету, блядь.
Lord von Burgle had to leave on an
Было бы
important mission
прикольно.
in Sigismund.
And get out of
He
here.
took a small escort with him, so the garrison is slightly weakened. So, extra alert on your watch. If I find anybody slacking off, they'll get the whip.
You've got it, Connor.
А, я уже все знаю тут.
I'll send Hyman to the gate. You'll be in...
Попробую реально колыбельную им дать. Да ладно, не буду вообще ничего давать. Ой, пока тут это, пока не говорят сейчас.
With nobody taking her seriously around here. She's some third-rate daughter of some lord from who knows where, so she was actually quite lucky that old Otto took a liking to her. The thing is, everybody knows where she comes from and treats her accordingly.
Bloody hell. Old Otto? He'd have you whipped for that.
You're right. I better keep our lord out of my mouth and stuff him with sausage instead. So let's dig in and make the best of Ofka's favour.
It's supposed to be locked. Huh? Did I imagine it? I must be mad. What's that?
Куда этот вообще ушел? Второй. Интересно, он так подумает, что это мертвый или нет? Ну, типа такого. Спит, похуй. Я думаю, с ней нормально всё будет. Ну, кимарнула чуть-чуть.
Of course I have a... I got... So, we're lucky, so we'll get...
For me, so
Wait,
Well, it's just...
you can. I'm not go.
What?
Let it.
it is
Don't... I won't... Really?
Henry.
All right.
un moment.
Yes?
And what about Hor?
I think there's...
Très bien, but then it made time.
That's a what?
Exact.
Thanks, Henry.
A nice speech. Merci mille fois. Now,
Good work, Henry.
I'll go ahead and...
And how?
Agreed.
But you...
True.
Précisément.
Right.
Brabant, keep watch by the stairway. I'll go to the window and wait for Henry's signal.
I think it would be better if you...
I must be mad.
Huh. Strange.
strange. Eh? I must be mad. Night shift again.
Not yet. First, I have to get Sir Hans to the horses. The horses are here. As soon as it's safe, I should give Capon the signal. Well, that's that. Now I just need to wait for Capon. Lord Jesus Christ, stand by our side.
Чистая работа. Ну, всех поубивал, конечно. Даже батрака убил. Assassin's Creed, знаешь, такой. Когда-то Assassin's Creed были хороши.
Last time I had such a suspense was when I was rescuing the King of France. Oui, monsieur, you were surely brave, and fortune favors the brave. Free at last!
Отвечте Фортуна и Ват. Или как там?
Thank you for coming for me, Henry.
А,
You're a great
бля.
friend. The best I could wish for.
After today, you may also count me among your friends. I, Vauquelin Brabant, chevalier, aventurier et voyageur. I'm at your service, mon brave Henri. And I have an excellent idea. In your honor, I shall name my new horse after you.
Pleased to meet you, Sir Vacula.
My name is Vauquelin.
Vauquelin?
Vauquelin.
Vauquelin?
Vauquelin.
Vauquelin... would you mind if I just call you Brabber?
Brabant. En
Brabant.
Que peut-on y faire? It will have to do. Do
Brabant.
not concern yourself, mon ami. Clearly, you are not talented in any art of conversation. But at least you have courage and other skills. You carried out the entire operation truly brilliantly. I could not have done it much better myself. And look, mon ami, how the fresh air suits Monsieur Chapon. He has finally stopped drawing in self-pity.
What self-pity, damn it? I was locked up for days in a tiny stinking room.
Ah, come now, mon cher. Luck was simply not on your side for once. That is all. Now we are finally free. The time has come for grand deeds. I did not waste my time in captivity. I fought everything over diligently. Listen.
Please, I'd prefer not to.
What's troubling you, Sir Hans?
What do you think? It all turned to shit again, and I ended up in captivity. I'm thankful at least that Hanush won't have to pay von Bergov a ransom for me. I'd never live that down. But I'll still have to listen to another lecture from him about how useless I am. Or do you have a different feeling about our Trotsky mission?
True. Not everything went according to plan. Actually, almost nothing went to plan. But at least I finally got revenge on Istvan. That Horson got what he deserved. Believe me.
My Christ, you got Istvan! That's welcome news. No one will miss that fucker. Nice work, but I don't think that'll help me much with Hanush.
At least we know now that von Bergov was just hoodwinking us and has no intention of standing against Sigismund.
That is for sure. And you certainly outsmarted him in the end. I will bet that Sigismund will scold him more than Hanush would Chapon. Mes amis, nous sommes libres. We are free. That is an opportunity we must seize. I still have enough tricks up my sleeve that I will perform for Sigismund now.
But first, I'd need to get good and drunk.
C'est facile. I know how it can be arranged. There is one very pretty vineyard nearby. The owner has been my friend since the time I...
Don't start. Christ, wounds. Such destruction and havoc.
War. Monsieur Chapon, you have yet to participate in a real battle. But I fought against les Valaques at Naples, and les Anglais in Bourgogne. And that is how war looks, whether in Italy or La Bohème. It is always the same.
That's not war. It's barbarism. What value did this village have?
Eh bien, I would estimate 5 courtyards. Annual revenues could be perhaps, several hundred groschen.
That's not what I meant, Bakalin. No fortress. Maybe one fortified courtyard. Practically insignificant militarily. That's not how war should be fought. This is unjust.
Do not give way to sentimentality, monsieur. A village could harbor spies and saboteurs or supply the enemy, and destroying enemy assets is an effective tool of war. Wars are not decided only in battles. There are not even many of those. To strike in the rear, make the enemy lose and bleed. That is how most conflicts are fought. However, wait a year or two, the village will be settled. The population will increase again. That is how it always happens.
But we're the
Ну,
nobility.
почему я ему в упрек не могу сказать то, что этот француз, блин, повелся на тупую провокацию того, что баллисты никто не охраняет. И в итоге он всей конницей туда пошел, и их разъебали просто все. Вот он сидит тут в своем, о, минаме, я такой этот.
You're right, Hans. We must find allies and put a stop to it as soon as possible, so we can save as much as we can.
Yes, but we failed in Trotsky. And now this is our punishment.
I see that short captivity has turned you into a philosopher, Lord Capon. You should apply to the Faculty of Arts before the muse lifts you again.
Here!
А тут какой-то хуй языком чешет постоянно. Какой он, ебать, военачальник. Видите, как тут оказались.
Of all the bandits in the whole wide world, we run into this pair of scoundrels.
We... I fucked everything up.
Oh, get up, lad. Everyone makes mistakes. Only a better man owns up to them. At least we know now what kind of vermin we're dealing with.
What brings you here? We just escaped from Malashov, and right now
There's no time for haste. One thing at a time, my boy. Word reached Ratai that you pair got yourselves into a nice mess. I'm glad to see you both in one piece. So, let's hear it. What happened?
It's best if Henry tells you. I wasn't around for half of it.
no sooner had we spied Trotsky on the horizon than everything started to go to hell. We made camp by a pond with the intention of heading for the castle at first light, only we were ambushed by bandits in the evening. They killed all our men and took everything they could carry, including the letter for von Berghoff.
And how did you two manage to get out alive?
Just by a stroke of good luck. We were both in a bad way. We might not have made it if a local herb woman hadn't taken care of us.
Only after that, we couldn't get into the castle, though. We looked like a pair of beggars.
And the bastards treated us as such.
But you did get into Trotsky in the end, didn't you?
Von Berghoff received us and heard us out. It seemed like he was on our side. We even helped him out several times. Until we found out he was just stringing us along. It all came out after we set out with von Berghoff's men to deal with the bandits who were rampaging in his domain. The same ones who attacked us at the start.
Only they ambushed us and took me and Henry captive for ransom.
But it turned out these very outlaws are on our side. They're fighting for King Wenceslas on the orders of Sokol of Lamberg.
Well, I'll be damned.
So von Berghoff has been the real enemy all this time. And Zhishka is actually our ally.
Zhishka? He's the captain of those outlaws. That name doesn't ring a bell.
I think you'll meet him soon enough.
What impression did he make on you?
He's an interesting fella. Handy with a weapon, but also pretty tricky. It's best to keep a fella like that on your side.
He made quite an impression on me, for one. I'll be happy to see him again. But if only it didn't have to be in Rabors. Why Rabors? Of all the places in the world.
We're riding to a gathering of King Wenceslas's supporters. If fortune favors us, the future fate of the kingdom will be decided there.
If we keep standing around here gabbing about it, it'll be decided without us.
Patience, my friend. This pair have just returned from the clutches of the enemy. No doubt they have something to tell us.
Like how in the devil did you manage to escape?
I was helped by the Ruthard family, the former rulers of Malashov, in exchange for dealing with some trouble they had with Ulrich of Raditz.
Ulrich Favak? But he's the mint master.
Well, he won't be for long, if it comes to light that he's been putting his sticky fingers on the royal silver.
It seems you've been pretty busy.
But don't forget to say what you found out from von Bergov in Malashov.
Sigismund has convened the city council. Markvart von Aulitz will be there with him, too. The word is, Sigismund is going to make an important announcement there.
He picked a nice time for it. But at least he won't be sticking his nose into what's going on around.
Now, if we had one of our people at that assembly, we'd get Sigismund's plans nice and fresh. Straight from the horse's mouth, so to speak.
My very words. And I know exactly who to send. Young Lord Capon will go with us to Rabosh, but you'll have to return to the city right away, and try to worm your way into the town hall.
What? How can I get in there? I can't just walk in off the street.
You've got the dirt on Vavak, and you don't know how to use it? Just tell him either he gets you into the council chamber, or you get him on the gallows.
It's worth a try, right?
I hope that assembly really is important. If Sigismund is just going to announce an increase in taxes, there's not much point in my being there.
Well, at least you can enjoy watching the long faces of the councillors when they hear it. And don't worry, I'll eat and drink in Rabosh on your behalf.
If I come back and find you there under lock and key again, I'll leave you to rot.
Forget. I will go as well, and I will not let your friend out of my sight.
Hans? Who's this?
Vaclin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo, at your service.
He was a captive of Lord von Bergov's, like me. He defended Kuddenberg against Sigismund.
In that case, he'll be a welcome guest at Rabosh.
You don't know what you're promising, Baron. Watching Sir Hans is a job and a half.
The main thing is to watch out for yourself, Henry. As soon as you can do so without raising suspicion, come and join us.
He'll manage it, but now we really need to hit the road.
Safe travel, Henry.
Adieu et bonne chance.
And to you. Hopefully we'll meet soon. I ought to go and see Rosa when I'm in town. No doubt she'd like to...
Так, какие-то задания новые появились. Уж очень-то интересно, что же нам предложат на этот раз. Блядь, сука, когда это все закончится-то уже? Эти квесты. Лететь, конечно, вообще. Реально бесконечные квесты просто. Вообще, вот. Не, ну это хорошо, конечно. Конечно, хорошо. Ну, бля, ебать, я их надрачиваю тут.
Christ, can't you wash?
Do you need help with anything? I'm looking for work.
I don't. But if you're not afraid of hard labor, try asking at the mill. The miller always needs help. Anyway, old Markow's got other things to grind besides flour at the moment.
What do you mean?
Rumour has it some strumpet shacked up with him, and we haven't seen hide nor hair of him since.
Keeping his nose to a different grindstone, then?
You could say that. As they say, if you want to see an old man act the fool, give him a young woman.
How do I get to the mill?
Head southwest till you reach the river. Then follow it upstream. It's a huge mill in the middle of nowhere. You can't miss it.
Мельнику нету дела до муки. Ему дело до бабенки. До бабеночки дело есть. Ну что, в воде не могу помыть? Офигеть. Вот те на те. Водичински не могу использовать. Активировал умение леший. Ой. О, помыться как раз. Ё-моё. А то надо вся это, а то Майдадыр придет. Мы ж не хотим Майдадыр, чтобы пришел. А то он вынюхает весь наш. Кого там, я уже забыл. Да, или как. Где-то хоть. Один, два, три, четыре. О, какая интересная карта. Я карта, я карта. Хотя бы пролистать немного. Миф-то. Потом устроим чтение, так сказать. Так, у игрока level up. Знание сила. Созерцатель.
Gah! Quick! Quick!
Ну, хотя иногда воришка должен хорошо себя показать. Поэтому пусть будет так.
Go! Go! Quick! Gah! Quick!
Почему мы этому батьку-то меч не отдали, ё-моё? Капец. Батек даже не оценил. О, блин, Эйндра-то уже, Генри-то забыл, что он меч-то батя-то хочет отдать. Ну, тишки на твою жизнь. Сейчас опять проебет где-нибудь. Да? Я хочу этот меч папе, да. Этот меч папе. Что такое? Что такое? Что за ураган?
I know you're out there. Please help me.
What are you doing in there?
Thank God! You've got to help me. The miller's gone completely mad. He locked me in here. He wants to kill me. The keys will be in the hearth room somewhere.
Не подожди, что тут неладно, надо с мельником поговорить. Не буду я верить женщине, которая заперта. Может она, блин, убийца какая. Не открою я дверь. Сначала с мужиком поговорить надобно. Потом думать о чем-то. Коли мужика нет, подождем. Где этот мельник-то, ё-моё? Мельник, ты где? Мельник. О, круто работает. Мельница-то работает. Ой, мельница. Какое? Откуда у него так вода-то идет? У него вода с разных писюнов идет тут. Как вот у него так вода-то идет? Так, подожди-ка, что-то вы мне пиздите. Тебе не кажется? А? Тебе не кажется, что мне тут что-то пиздят? В ту сторону идет, если что. Я же вижу, что мне пиздят тут что-то, блин. Так нет, тут видишь, он под как бы угол-то вверх идет, как бы видишь, да? Ну, вот так вот. Ну тут скорее неправильно текстуру просто заебенили. Наверное. Ну да, вон видно, криво поставили. А куда торопились-то, ё-моё? Что так криво-то сделали? Дали бы мне, я бы исправил бы. Как-то мапперы поработали плохо, я показал чуть-чуть. Мапперы тут не постарались сделать красиво. А как тут вода идет, если тут закрыто?
I can't swim.
Тут вода вообще не должна сейчас быть. Что-то мельника нет. Ладно. Ну чё?
Oh my god, thank you. That lunatic said he was fetching an axe. You have to help me.
Hold on. Calm down. What happened here?
The miller, that old beast. He's always been nasty to me, but now he started beating me too. So I said I was leaving him. I told him anywhere would be better than here.
And he locked you up?
He said the only place I'd be going would be 6 feet under.
Maybe he wasn't serious. You know what men are like.
I know what he's like. Please, talk to him. He'll listen to a proper man. I'm too scared of him.
All right. I will. Where can I find him?
There's a shed behind the mill with wood in it. He must have gone there to get the axe.
Stay here.
Никого я тут не видел.
Thank you.
Она пиздит. Она сейчас убежит просто. Она его убила, скорее. Бля. Так. Иди тут, бля. Стой. Тут сиди, бля. Попробуй только убежать. Нету доверия, женщина.
No one here. I hope I didn't miss him. I'll have to get back.
Или обошел он ее и зарубил. Птишкина жизнь. Уже зарубил, наверное.
Hey, what are you?
Ах ты
I reckon
сучка,
you're just
бля.
who we're looking for. What are you doing here?
I'm looking for the brute who's been beating his wife. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Miller?
What the fuck?
Hold on. Let the young fella talk. You know what happened here?
I know enough for you to arrest this violent thug. If I hadn't helped that poor woman he locked up, she'd have lost her mind by now.
I told you so. He let her go. You idiot. That woman was stealing from my mill. I locked her in there so I could go and find a guard.
Я же говорил,
What
блядь,
did you have to get
доверия нету,
involved
сука.
for?
Куда мельник сраный бежал?
And how was I supposed to know that? She was crying out for help. She was, so I helped.
Why the fuck are you meddling in shit you don't know about?
Well, that was easier than I expected. The wicked girl got away, and the young man here helped her to escape. So, either you pay for what she stole, or I'll personally clap you in the stocks.
Hey, hold on. Wait. Do you mean to say that helping someone, out of ignorance, granted, but in good faith, is worthy of punishment?
Well, I suppose...
Good faith or not, it's your fault.
Well, perhaps one day, when you yourself are in trouble, you'll need someone like me to come along and help you.
I don't give a shit. She took all my money.
Just wait a moment.
Oh, come on. Don't tell me that little prick's talked you round.
She used him, just as she used you.
So she's going to get away with it, all because she knows how to twist fellas around her finger?
Don't worry, I'll catch her. I know what she looks like. I'll ask around the village. Maybe someone's seen her. She can't have got far. The laddie is right. He only wanted to help. I can't arrest him for that.
And what the hell am I supposed to do now?
Stay here in case she shows up again.
Как я знал?
As for you, you may have got off this time, but in future, think with your head and not your balls when you next see a pretty woman. Farewell.
Нету доверия женщинам, бля.
I'm sorry.
Ну, придется им ловить ее. Ладно, хоть мне не надо ее ловить. Похуй. Нехуй. Да и деду нехуй, блядь. Вестись на бабку, ё-моё. Тоже, блин. На старости лет решил тут, блин. Но заполнить до краев, так сказать.
What's new around here, innkeeper?
Try asking Hashtal. He's the groom at the Malashov stables. There's always something to do when animals are involved. Try and ask him.
Working with horses, eh?
Why not? Coin is coin, after all. And that's about it, lad.
Sounds interesting. Thank you, innkeeper. What's new?
Nothing much. If there was...
Куда пошел? Женщины. Алчные, корыстные. Что-то там пошедшие против Господь. Злобные. Еще что-то. Еще что-то. Даже в то время женщина писькой своей опрокидывала мужиков. Даже вот в то время, ё-моё. Махну покажет свой, все, мужик-то поведется, а? А вы кем будете-то, молодые люди? Так, первый. Второй. Не понял, моего коня убили? Ты чё? Ах ты ж! Лететь. Нихуя арбалетчик, конечно, выдал. Выдул-то прям как следует. Блять, а когда сейф-то был?
God be with you.
Ай, ладно, нормально. Я уже думал, критично будет. Ну, блядь, сраный старарбалетчик, блядь. А чё, я же его затянул? Понятно.
Fucking hurt you. So Jesus Christ, be. What would you like?
What's new?
Try out. He's the. There's always working. Why not? And that
sounds.
Ditto you. My pockets are empty.
don't have the coin. All right, bastard. Come on then.
Кстати, как перезарядка осадного можно? Осадный не перезаряжается.
God, quick! God!
Whoa! Whoa!
God!
Whoa! Whoa!
Peachy, where did that come from? Who? Why me? Oh, my stomach. I must stop.
Whoa! Whoa!
Это вообще разбойники или кто?
Whoa!
Quick!
А, это друг Ярослава, бля.
Just fight!
Calm down!
You'll get
I
no
surrender!
mercy from me!
Mercy!
You can't stand up
I
to
surrender!
this!
Wait!
Fuck you and your surrender! I thought we were fighting fair, arsehole. Show your stuff!
Это друг Ярослава, бля. А хули вы тут стоите-то, друг Ярослава?
Mercy!
Play games
I
with
surrender!
me. Fight! I'm just getting started! Like that, eh? Die! Fuck that!
Calm down!
You!
I surrender!
In God's name! Take that! Now you're finished!
Mercy!
Try that on me!
I surrender! Calm
Fuck
down!
you
I
and your
surrender!
surrender!
Какой-то друг Ярослава, ему. До этого тут были другие челы, теперь тут друг.
What the fucker?
Да кто вы такие вообще? странно вообще. Ладно. Очень странно. Очень странно. Добрейший вечерочек с вами. Таки-пукиш.
God, God, God.
Ты, короче, мне на коне умеешь попукивать.
Of a good-for-nothing sinner. Last night, emboldened by booze, he tried to break...
Go!
Ну, бурят же, татарин же. Ешь, как его, набережный Челнить. Наверное, умеешь. Блять. Ну, тут натяжка-то нормальная, блин. Мне кажется, тут пробитие прям хорошее должно быть. Тут прям есть пробитие должно быть.
Sick! Do it!
I've been waiting for you.
Свита инквизитора. Подожди, а почему инквизиторы на меня напали? Че я инквизитором-то теперь сделал? Че, давно инквизиторы промышляют бандитизмом? Я не понял. Что за дичь вообще?
We're under attack.
Ебануться, бля. Так я крестился вон у Малелин постоянно. У меня теология 2. Понимаешь? Theology. Two theology, you know? It's a master of the а? Шама? Шамарма.
Good day to you.
Hey, Hashtal. Why the long face?
Cut the foolery, Henry. I'm in deep shit.
What happened?
They stole von Bergoff's favorite. I'm a dead man.
You mean von Bergov's horse?
No, his pig dog.
Eh?
Aye, his bloody horse. They stole von Bergoff's horse.
All right, I understand. But what about it? He doesn't deserve any better anyway.
Easy for you to say, but it all falls on my head. I'm the one responsible for these stables. Once it gets out that he's gone, I'll hang.
I'm sure it won't be so bad.
Oh, you're sure, are you? I've got to find that horse.
Well, I'd like to help you, but chasing a horse around the countryside is more of a huntsman's job.
It won't be that hard. I know where those bandits are camped. I caught them in the act of breaking into the stables and managed to snag one of them. The others hightailed it with the horse.
And the one you caught snitched on the rest?
Well, at first he didn't want to, but after a little persuasion, he started singing. While he was still breathing, that is.
What?
It was an accident. I wanted to hand him over to the bailiff, but he was a sickly fella. I suppose I was too persuasive.
Well, thieving is a dangerous trade.
Keep it to yourself, all right? He may have been a thief, but I don't want no trouble. If you help me, I'll pay you well.
Fine. So what did he tell you?
The woods are thick north of here. He said their camp is in the dry riverbed there. I reckon you'll have to look around a bit.
I'll see what I can do. But no promises.
Thanks, Henry, and...
Ну, главное, чтоб скидку на хорошего коня дал.
Go! Quick!
Ай, бля.
Quick! Go! Quick! Go! Go!
Подожди, а куда ехать-то? А, нихуя. Тпу, тпр, тпр. Ту-ту, пр-пр-б. Прут, прут. Чё?
What? What? Shut up! Such a naughty dog.
Огонь на счет 3, 4.
I'm bleeding. Ganging up on one man.
I'm injured.
I'm all yours. I surrender. I surrender.
Ты surrender. Ну тебе. Самоучник. Ты что там сделал? Мой барботик! Ну, привет, Эмидес. Ну, что-то не шотает, да. Может, Эмидес знает почему. Ну он же так пафосно перезаряжает, все дела. Что расскажешь хорошего? Я знаю, что ты хочешь мне что-то рассказать. Как поиграл в твою игру? Твоя данная игра, как она вообще? Кассе. Что теперь делаешь? Ты можешь нам с крышемелей говорить все. Мы ж свои все. Че стесняешься? Ой, какой быстрый-то конь. Может, он мне его отдаст? Атилу этого. Хороший конь, блин. Такой на вес золота. Ну, поиграл. Так. Когда поиграл, письку помял, полимонил потом, сижу рисую теперь. Ну понятно. Ну чё, коню?
I've got good news. I found that stolen horse of yours.
I don't believe my eyes. Henry, thank God! Von Berghoff was already looking for him. If not for you, he'd hang me by the balls from the tower.
Well, I'll do what I can.
And I appreciate it. here's a little something for your trouble. And if you ever want to learn something about horses, stop by.
I will. Thanks.
Слушай, дай мне этого коня купить, а?
I'd like to buy a new...
Excellent.
I've changed... I'd like my...
I will get coin.
I'll pay. Here are you...
Thank you very... Now then. Here is your horse. Look at that glistening mane.
Да, лошадка хороша. Так, ну все, заданий нет. Можем идти. Все сайд-квесты, которые тут были, мы сделали. Что так далеко-то, ё-моё? Ой, причем слез.
Easy, good horse.
Take a good look at this man.
That hurts, you idiot! Oh!
You almost ran me over.
Good doggy.
Блин, хорошо они живут-то, конечно. Замок внутри замка. Хорошо житие у них.
We better not forget about that council assembly.
Реально не проебать бы городской совет.
By the way, like you were saying about that book,
My favourite book. Pray tell, did you find it?
as I wandered through the fortress, I stumbled upon von Bergov's chambers, and there it lay. Red leather, gold inlay, just as you said.
You really found it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. By the way, did you have any time to leaf through it and see what it's about?
I read a bit of it.
What did you think?
While reading it, I thought the writing style seemed familiar.
Really?
Well, yeah. As if I knew the writer himself. Or herself.
Women writing books. Come now.
Why not? I bet they would write better than many men.
Such audacity.
More like experience. I once helped with copying. Most of it was boring drivel.
I can imagine. A person does all that work to learn to read and write, but then they sit you down at a table to copy the works of others for the rest of your life.
Waste of time, right?
Not just time, above all, talent.
Hold on. Who wrote this then?
I did. Look, you've never thought about writing something.
Me? And what would I write?
How should I know? Poetry, a novel, a treatise, or a whole book?
That's a tempting notion. Who knows? In another life, I might have become a writer.
Wouldn't you want to at least give it a try?
I suppose I'm not quite sure where you're going with this.
There are still a few blank pages left, so we could finish writing it together. You and me. What do you think?
That sounds great.
We'll have plenty of light and privacy in my chambers. Will you escort me?
My pleasure.
How should I
Ну, блин,
say?
ну реально книгу будем писать, ну ёпта.
Now, I have many ideas, but we must contribute in equal parts.
Повелся на женские чары, блядь.
Well, fine. What should I do?
Just tell me what you'd like to read about. A tale of a man or a woman? I'll take careful notes of everything.
Well, being a man myself, a man, I suppose.
Why not? And what kind of a man is he?
You mean I have to think up a name?
You don't need to, but try to describe him so I can better imagine him. With a single word, even.
How about a priest or a vicar? That could be interesting.
Well, I've never taken much of a liking to them, but if you say so. What interests you about them?
Well, I know a priest who fought in the war and can wield a sword to this day. He trained with it every day in front of the church. But he also has a penchant for drinking and keeps a woman in the house.
Well, let's see. A priest is living proof that no man exists without sin. And what did the little sheep in his flock think of that?
They thought he was odd, true enough. But otherwise, he was popular. He was fair and helped his parishioners when he could. They liked that he didn't pretend to be a saint and would often drink with them evenings in the tavern, even if he sometimes overdid it.
I can just see it. I'd like to listen to one of his masses sometime.
I myself spent some time at the Sasau monastery among the monks, and it certainly was interesting.
Really? No offense, but I can't imagine you hiding those muscles of yours under a frock. How in the world did you end up there?
Well, it wasn't my idea, believe me. I had to track down a fella hiding among the novices. It was very important for me to find him before other people did.
I presume he did something and was hiding in the monastery so they couldn't get him?
Yeah, something like that. But as soon as that was done, I hightailed it. A monk's life is truly not for me.
Wait, you just packed up and ran off?
Well, It was all a farce anyway.
Yes, but you had to take the monastic vows, didn't you?
Well, that's too strong of a word. More like mumbled through it. And with help.
But that vow is for your entire life. You can go to hell for that.
Well, since that time I've done so much good that perhaps God will forgive my little escape.
So you imagine life to be like scales, with one pan for good deeds and the other for sins. One day you might end up surprised.
I myself spent some time at the Sasau monastery.
Really? How in the...
Well,
I've got...
Well, they sin there just like anywhere else. Monks drink wine all the time, play dice at night.
You can't be serious. Right on holy ground.
And if you heard how they gossip about each other, worse than old crones. One brother drinks at night, another schemes against the abbot, and a third hides banned books under his pillow. They're more educated than many lords, but they whine about each other like little boys.
What if I take that as a criticism then? Not a philippic, of course. More like a little nudge.
I wouldn't do it. I knew a girl who in good faith failed to watch her tongue, and she almost ended up badly.
She wouldn't be the first or the last. What did she do that was so horrible?
She just tried to help people. Sometimes against their will, that's true. But she never would have hurt anyone. She cared for the wounded and the sick. She did everything to get them food and a place to sleep.
A perfect saint.
Literally. Virgin Mary herself took her into her service.
And how did this girl find out?
The Mother of God appeared to her in a dream and spoke to her.
And was there any proof that this really was the case? That she wasn't making it up?
It's not up to me to judge her.
If the church got wind of her dreams, they'd judge her right away. And harshly.
Well, that's what happened. She was interrogated by the Inquisition, and even though many people tried to prove her innocence, she didn't escape punishment.
Oh, well, fine. You've convinced me. Maybe we should try something else.
Yes, I agree. Better not to try certain things. Well, being a man myself...
Why not?
You mean...
You don't...
There've already been enough heroes, saints, kings and martyrs. So an ordinary person.
That's 2 words, but I'll forgive you. And do you want it to be an ordinary villain or an ordinary do-gooder?
Make him a villain. Real scum, like a murderer or a thief.
You seem to be quite enjoying this. What of your conscience?
You mean whether I've ever done something bad?
The lines between good and bad are fairly blurry these days. But have you ever done anything against the law?
I'm a warrior. Things like that are part of this life.
I understand. But when you stand against an enemy, do you still perceive him as a person? Or just as something you have to kill in order to survive?
Of course I know it's a person like me. But I can't think that way for long. And not at all in battle. There, it's just him or me.
That is probably true. Well, we still have work to do. So, you proposed a murderer. What has driven him to this act? What was his motive?
I'd be in favour of love. A lot of people have died for that.
Not bad at all. But it's nothing new. I'm looking for a way to spice it up. Maybe throw in a moral to the story.
Well, suit yourself. I'll leave it up to you.
Well, just about finished.
Well, let's have a look.
Not yet. Something's missing.
What?
A picture. I don't trust myself with proper illumination, but I think I can handle a sketch, especially if you'll be my model.
What? And what on earth do I have to do?
Imagine you're felling a tree. You have an axe, you sink it into the wood and put all your strength into it. Try.
You mean like this?
Well, now we're done.
Oh, finally. I'm sore all over.
Your suffering is over. Come take a look at what we've done. Your reward.
Так, что она написала? Так. Ева... Подожди, где она? Про что написала? Так. Свадебное воскресенье невесту я не знаю, потому не могу жениха, зато жених хорошо знает, так что невесту... Юноша нежно обнимает свою возлюбленную и спрашивает, не я ли твой первый любовник? Даже быть, отвечает, то ведь я и так знала, что когда-то я тебя уже видел. Думать не значит знать, некий... Он однажды пришел к старой гадалке, пожал знать свою судьбу. Гадалка внимательно изучила его ладонь и сказала, вижу я, что ты отец твоих детей, ты заблудший, покончил головой пан, я отец троих детей, это ты заблуждаешь. Улыбнулась гадалка. А фон, ну, мужчина и женщина, как Мария. Ну. Дева Солоня далеко жил, добыл на свете молодой королевич. Как-то раз отправился он в лес на охоту и вдруг услышал девичьи пение. Так словно пела дева, что даже певчие птицы от зависти все перья выбрасывали.
So what about that story of ours? Tell me your impressions.
It's nice. It reminds me of the fairy tales I heard as a child. Some scared me so much I nearly crawled under the table. But that's just the way fairy tales are.
My dearly departed mother used to say that the Twilight Witch would carry me off if I misbehaved. And it seems father still wishes she would at times. And what about the sketch? For such a slapdash job, it's not bad, right?
I like it. Sure, it won't be adorning the walls of St. Barbara's, but who am I to judge?
I know I'm no master illuminator, but otherwise...
What the fuck is that?
I think we can be quite satisfied. And thank you for the help. I really enjoyed it.
Well, so did I. And for that matter, you're an interesting girl, and I'd like to get to know you a little better.
No beating around the bush. How about that? Please do stop by sometime. I wager it will be enlightening for both of us. Perhaps I can show you my collection of hunting trophies.
You said you could teach me something. What did you have in mind?
If you ask nicely.
Very well then, lady know-it-all. Let's say then I come on bended knee.
That depends on what you're interested in. There's a whole world hidden inside of books I could... Or if you prefer actions instead of words. But I warn you in advance that it will not come free. So...
Не,
Maybe enough.
ничего ты не научишь нас.
The city council will be convening soon. I better get a move on.
Надо уже, блин, бежать. Совет, блядь. Пока не поздно, ё-моё.
Easy, easy. Nice and slow.
А то опоздаем.
Hear what I say about the greatest evil of all.
Whoa, whoa.
You're always welcome.
В воде не помыться.
Careful.
I'm going to see the Mint Master. May I enter?
Any fool could say that. What do you want from him?
I have an appointment with him.
All right. Go ahead then. But don't waste too much of his time.
Чё, блядь? Ограбить, что ли, надо?
Glad to see you again.
You have the gall to show me your face again? I'll call the guards.
Hold your horses. I'll come in peace. Actually, I have a little offer for you.
You've come to blackmail me again?
Call it what you like. I need to get into the city council assembly. And I reckon you can help me.
The assembly? The one King Sigismund is supposed to attend in person?
Sigismund's just a usurper. Wenceslas is the only true Bohemian king.
Singing Ruthard's song, eh? I might have known. Speak then. What do you want? And tell the truth.
Well, I just want to climb the social ladder a bit. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
And could you not choose a different occasion for that?
Have you forgotten I have you over a barrel? If you want to keep your position and your head on your shoulders, you better shape up.
All right, all right. Maybe we can make a deal. If I get you into the council, you'll behave appropriately and you won't betray yourself, or especially me. And that will be the end of our business together.
I must have misheard you. Our collaboration is only just beginning. Quill warrior.
Are you deaf, you impertinent pup? I repeat, I'll get you to the assembly, and there ends our business. Over and done with.
All right. Have it your way. So?
Чпоешка. В смысле, бля? Ну чё, сейчас я доспех, блядь, одену, и ничего не закончится, блядь, на это. Ну чё, бля? Ща обкакаешься, ну. Это я говорю, бля.
God be with you.
God be with you.
The city council will be convening soon.
Пойдем.
I better get a move on.
Девка сиську не дала. Пойдем отсюда. С тобой. Коли девки сиськи не дают. Значит, с миром мы пойдем.
God bless you, sir.
I'm going any for. All right.
You
hold you. Actually,
you've the assembly. Sing and well,
have you
all right? If I and that.
I must have misheard you. Our business will be over when I say it is, not before. So pull your head out your ass and see to getting me into that assembly.
All right, Jesus. No need to lose
Oh,
your temper.
теперь
Get into the
точно.
council assembly relatively easily. My cook's son will be serving there. He's roughly around your age. Maybe he can be persuaded to let you stand in for him. Although, not everyone would want to give up an opportunity to serve the King of Hungary.
Who's this boy?
Franta's his name. Franta Cooldown. He's an idler and a boozer, but he's proved his worth as a waiter. Which reminds me, you'll need his letter of permission to serve in the council. Otherwise, you won't be let inside.
What will I need to work as a waiter there?
Fast feet and good manners. And the livery of a royal waiter.
Excuse me?
Do you think you can serve the king in a torn shirt and muddy hose?
Well, no. But I never heard about any livery before.
Our usual waiter had a brand new livery made specially for meeting the king. Don't even show up there without it.
Where can I find the cook's boy?
He's supposed to pick up his new clothes at the market today from Master Tailor Schneider. You'll almost certainly run into him there. That is, if he's up and about after his boozing bout. I swear that fellow practically lives at that Tin Hen.
At the what?
That German alehouse, the Iron Eagle. That is zum Eisernen Adler.
What would work on him? How can I persuade him to give me his job?
Would you like me to give you a letter for him? I told you how to get to the assembly. Now do your part.
I'll be going then. See you at the council.
Just make sure we both come out of it alive.
Ну ты все видишь, что доспех делается.
Quality good.
Just told me to bugger off.
Бля, точно. Мы же за монеты заебенились, блядь. Я думаю, чё про монеты говорю, дай монету. Это типа это лохотрончик такой.
I've traveled the whole world, and now I will tell you the amazing.
Come and buy some new plates.
The best fabric, the finest work.
Ribbons
I
of
nearly
all
left.
colours.
Greetings. I'd like to...
Surely you can wait a while. I have a customer here. Here you are. The finest fabric. Intricate work. You won't find the likes anywhere else in this town.
No more than I'd expect after the amount they cost. Thanks. I'll gladly recommend you if anyone asks. And you impatient fella, what was it you wanted?
You must be Franta Cooldown.
I am. And who might you be?
I'm Henry. I heard you're supposed to serve at the City Council Assembly.
I am. What's it to you?
Supposing I took the job on for you. You can put your feet up, fill your belly, and I'll do all the work for you.
Look here. It's not like I'm all that keen on it, but it's well paid. Apart from that, it's a bit of a pain in the arse. Them councillors stuffing their faces and guzzling wine, while I run around like a bugger with pitchers so they don't run dry. Why would you want to stick your nose in there?
I want to see the king in the flesh.
Why's that?
I heard a lot about him. How he won lots of battles, how he's courageous, just...
And as bad-tempered as the devil. He's got the councillors shitting themselves, fearing what's coming at this assembly. The more I think about it, the happier I am about not having to be there. To begin with, you'll need confirmation that you've worked as a waiter at the council and you're capable of serving even His Majesty. Look here. Do you have any idea what's expected of you? Can you tell different wines apart and that?
Of course. Who do you take me for?
All right. No need to get upset. Show the confirmation to the head butler. Tell him I sent you and think up some good excuse. Clear?
That makes sense.
And you'll need a waiter's livery. I had a brand new one made. Here it is. I look like a prick in it. Hopefully it'll sit better on you. The main thing is, don't lose it before the assembly or get it covered in shit.
Thanks. I won't disgrace you, I promise.
You better not.
Finest canvas.
Mugs for sale. Onion.
Franta Cooldown sent me. I'm to stand in for him at the council assembly.
Franta's not coming? What's wrong with him?
He got as drunk as a lord. Totally pie-faced. Then he fell into a ditch, and now he's staggering around the streets, God knows where.
I might have expected. Once, he turned up with a hangover, and as soon as he smelt wine, he threw up all over the chapel door. I told him if that ever happened again, he was for the boot. Oh, well, you'll have to take his place for today. I've no time to find someone else. We can't be without a waiter here, when the king himself will need waiting on. So, let's have a look at you. Have you got Franta's certificate?
Sure. Here it is.
Everything's in order. Now, about your livery. You've got a waiter's cap, a tunic you have. Hose are good. You can put your steel aside in front of the council chamber, along with your other stuff. You won't be needing it anyway.
You don't want to be dragging a load if you're running around tables. Everything as it should be. Glad to see it, lad. Do you know what your duties are? For an inexperienced greenhorn like you, it'll be a great responsibility.
Well, I'll happily listen to any advice. I wouldn't want to foul things up.
I should certainly hope not. Now listen. A good waiter should stand in a corner, look willing and ready, and not get in anyone's way. In short, behave as if you're not there. But when one of the gentlemen calls for wine, you run and pour it for him on the double. You'll find the pitchers on a table by the door to the chapel. You take one and go to their table and pour for them. White Tokaib or red monastery wine.
White or red by the door to the chapel. Got it.
But for Councillor Adam of Zarzhitz, you must not pour at all. When he drinks, he disrupts and makes trouble. So the assembly has to be interrupted, or otherwise it never reaches an end. We can't allow that to happen in the presence of the king.
All right. Sir Adam of Zarzhitz stays dry.
And if the king himself wants wine, you pour for him with lowered eyes. Don't look at him. And the most important thing?
Remember who wants what?
That too, but more importantly, do not disturb the councillors at their work. They have a lot to discuss. And in general, a good waiter has to be invisible, blind, and deaf.
Oh? I thought I had to keep my ears pricked.
Well, yes, but only to what anyone wants from you. No excuses, and provide everything that anyone wants from you. Understood?
What if I make a mess of something, though?
Then I'll see to it that you won't get a job even mopping the floor in the hole in the wall. But I'm sure that's not going to happen.
I know everything I need to. I can do it.
Excellent. Put away your things here. It's easier to serve with a lighter load. You can wait in the cubbyhole for the servants.
There are the pictures of wine. Hopefully I won't splash anyone's shoes.
It's a joke. And on top of that, the army was requisitioning from it. Should the town reserve have worse weapons than any Räuber in the domain?
Monastery wine.
What are you getting at, Eldris?
I'm saying that the bandits who freed him, the
Монастырская
Dry
красная
Devil,
вроде.
used that thing. That Hackenbücher. Hand cannon.
Come now,
Can you
waiter.
believe it?
I wanted red.
Where did they get them?
You're the one who should
I
know where
apologize,
they
sir.
got them.
Which
Since
one?
you're a gunsmith.
Red. Am I
What are you
speaking
implying,
Latin?
Friedrich?
Sir?
All I'm saying is that
Так,
they have
монастырская красная, правильно?
It's
Thank
a
you,
sign of
waiter.
Shante when outlaws have better weapons than the city garrison. And Herr König surely knows this too.
Вроде да.
What is it, Eldris? You smell a deal?
What I smell is that your stubborn heads do not realize
fancy some
what
Tokai.
Schwierigkeiten
Refill,
this is.
boy.
Такая
The
скала.
Dry Devil is running free. There are Raubritter everywhere in the region.
Такайская
We
это
have the
белая.
army bearing down, and you want to defend yourselves with a few rusty halberds.
Hey, where's my
And
white?
Who is it you want to fight? Exactly. The merciful King Sigismund is providing us with protection.
Well, thank the Lord.
Ай, блядь, я ему не должен был наливать.
Will not be here forever.
Ай, похуй.
The
Я
king
же
can arrive at
налил.
any moment.
I fancy some Tokai.
What have you
Refill,
heard?
boy.
What then?
Так,
We're
такая
sitting
скала.
atop the biggest silver heap in the kingdom, and we're supposed to defend it with brooms?
You're right, Eldris. But where
Sir?
can we get the coin for better equipment?
We can always confiscate the property of the king's enemies, nicht wahr?
We are more than familiar with the Yemeni state of our armory.
Ну ладно, зато
The king
прикол
is
будет.
surely aware of it as well. Maybe if he waived some of the taxes.
The king fears that this town will rise against him. He'll take the arming of the city's militia as a preparation for war.
So you suggest we just wait with arms crossed for the Raubritter to wreak havoc all around?
We can always ask the king to bring order to the realm with his army.
But then the Dörfler will rise up.
I'm afraid I see no solution of the current situation. We shall wait and see what His Majesty thinks about the matter. Maybe we can change his mind. Vielleicht?
I'd like to report to the Honorable Council on the cleanliness of the city and the state of the public baths.
You mean baths or brothels?
Isn't it the same thing?
So, the cleanliness of the city is not what it should be. The current baths in the city fall
Another
far
drop
short
of
covering
wine.
all the
Don't
citizens'
make me
needs.
beg.
You're right.
I'd like to
We
oblige,
do have the
but
new baths and
I'm
hot
not
springs.
allowed.
Oh,
And Adam's old
you can
ones.
keep that
But
slop.
I hear the hot springs
I'm
baths
the
are
biggest
more of a
wine
pigsty.
connoisseur in
They
town.
still are a bit. But the
More
quality
wine,
went
Master
downhill at
Bailiff?
Adams, too.
What?
Come
Pray
closer.
tell. I thought you were a frequent customer there. Or has he grown tired of pampering you for free?
It's not about...
I need something from you. There is an item in my study that I confiscated from a female thief. She thought she could wriggle out of it by telling me who the item belongs to.
And what is it?
A silver goblet. She sneaked into Sir Ulrich's house and stole it. No one's noticed the theft yet. But if Ulrich finds out, he'll turn the city upside down to find the culprit. Go and get it. And don't you make a mess there, understand?
Where can I find this goblet?
Use your eyes and come right back with it, understood?
Certainly. And they can get leeches there for free as well. And while
Давай
he's there,
вина
a man
нальем
can shave
мужику.
and take a... you-know-what.
So what? Going to the baths is neither a civic duty nor a right.
Have you forgotten the Black Death? A great many people died needlessly.
Are you questioning God's plan? The Black Death had nothing to do with the baths, unless the Lord wishes to punish the wickedness that's going on in there.
Keeping the city clean is important. But we don't have money to spend. Arguing about who is going to wash where and how is a waste of time.
Украл.
Nice.
It's only a waste of
These
time
silver
because
might
we're
be
always arguing about the same thing.
Not at all. If you'd finally admit that it's a trifle, we wouldn't have to keep coming back to it.
A trifle? Do you ever...
So, did you find it?
I did, Master Bailiff. Here it is.
Not so loud. Show it here. That's it. And now go back to your job.
Why not? In Jerome Nas's earthly paradise, everything would be free.
Don't put words in my mouth.
Gentlemen, let's agree to disagree. What if the king heard us?
I got word that Rutard has pulled off another deed.
That's nothing unusual. That old weasel will never accept that the city isn't run his way, at least until His Majesty honors us with his visit. And as we know, Gunslin
I fancy some
absolutely
Tokai.
hates him.
Refill,
He
boy.
can hate all he wants, as long as he does no damage. Ulrich, what have you got to say about it?
Me? Well, I'm not sure what you're implying.
Horseshit! You know
where's
full
my wife?
well. Everybody knows. He wiped the floor with you.
Compose yourself, Adam, and stop drinking. The king might come any time now.
That's right. Let's
А
not
где
burden the
Прокоп-то?
anointed monarch with such...
Hey, where's
Me?
my white?
Compose myself. Me?
Well, thank
I
the
beg
Lord.
your pardon. I demand that you... Ruhe! Franz, please continue.
I'm speaking about the Rutard incident. You were there,
I really need
weren't
to
you?
eat something.
Oh, that.
Есть
As
покушать
for
можно?
misunderstanding, we've sorted it out and everything's settled.
My ears must be deceiving me. Are you defending Rutard? Besides, if his men attacked yours, as I've heard, then we have a good reason to punish him.
Boy!
What happened there?
Full cup of monastery
Leave
wine.
nothing out.
I don't like Rutard,
Монастырского
true, but
полный
in this
кубок.
case, it really was nothing.
Everyone in the city
Викула
gossiped about
шкрендель
it.
хочет.
I heard there were several dead.
Did you?
Waiter,
That's grossly
I wanted
exaggerated.
monastery wine.
I don't
Sorry.
think Rutard will cause any trouble. He is sensible enough
Thank
not
you,
to draw
waiter.
attention
А
to
у нас
himself
говорят,
while the king
монастырское вино невкусное.
That's true.
Because if we don't do something about him, the king himself will put an end to him, and soon.
Unless he puts an end to us first. God knows what he wants to tell us.
If nothing happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. Let's move on.
I'm sorry,
Hey, wait,
Andreas, but I wouldn't
Pour me
brush
some
it off so
monastery
quickly.
wine.
Why do I have the feeling you're not telling us the whole truth, Ulrich?
Are you accusing me of lying?
Those are strong words, my friend. Nobody said anything like that, did they?
Well,
Then why doesn't he tell us what really happened?
I'm not keeping anything from you, but there's little truth to the rumors circulating around the town. Yes, Ruthard and I had a little disagreement, but we ended it quickly because his daughter wanted to get involved. I didn't want to expose the girl to any unpleasant sights.
So Ruthard is hiding behind his own daughter's skirts?
As if it wasn't enough that he sent his son to die defending the city.
All right. If we really don't have anything new to say, let's turn the page.
Things have got out of order in the town. Some adventurers decided to take the law into their own hands and restore the tradition of duels. It's not only barbaric, but also illegal. I could understand it with mercenaries, students, and other scum of all kinds, but city councillors?
Be specific,
Waiter,
Forsuker.
get me white.
Are you blaming one of us?
Ah, and look who spoke first.
First of all, it wasn't a duel.
Sir?
It was supposed to be an honorable combat. And I didn't even take
Don't
part in
hang
it.
around me.
And that's the
Vanish,
only
you hear
reason
me?
you're still here on the council and not in the pillory.
If you want to blame somebody, you should point the finger at the youngster here who's...
Excuse me?
Ah, never mind.
I suspect the gentleman from the city's
here for a
sword fighting school brought this custom to us.
Refill,
it's
sir.
now
You
run
think
by
I
the
come to the council
German
just to guzzle
Menhard.
wine?
Who
Come
knows
here.
who that fellow is?
Don't be ridiculous,
I'm sorry.
Forsuker.
What can I help you with, sir?
I left my gloves in the chapel. I took them off to pray, but then I rushed here and forgot to take them. I can't just get up and walk out now. But if you disappear for a little while...
Offences are punished by the bailiff, and that's
All right. I'll get them.
I knew I could count on you. While you're at it, count how many figures on the mural have wings.
But why?
Because I'm bored, and because I told you. Get on with it.
The whole town is already laughing at us all day long. So what if they have one more reason?
My words exactly. The town council
That was
is
easy enough,
squabbling
and he wanted me to count
constantly
the
at the
winged
Emperor
figures.
Charles, and no one is left unscathed.
And you, a councillor,
А где фигурки с крыльями?
on our work? If I threw out everyone who complains over a beer, I'd soon be out of customers.
2, 3, 4, 5.
We'll never get anywhere like this. Why waste our time?
Короче, похуй.
Good heavens. So, let's see what you've got for me.
I found your gloves, sir.
Really? Let's see them. And did you count those winged figures?
I counted 24, sir.
And you counted correct.
Угадал.
Here you are. So you can have a bit of fun in the evening too, eh?
That's the last time I ate something.
Блин, можно у короля спиздить хлеб?
They are calling diocesan pilgrimages to settlers, right under our
You
noses.
there, lad.
It's just
A
a
cup of
village with
bread.
a monastery. And they are going to Makarol mining city. Why can't we build faster? Hire more craftsmen, start with night shifts.
Because those so-called craftsmen are a band of parasites.
You, lad.
You pay them,
You look
they
familiar
come late,
to me.
or report sick.
Have we met?
And if they do
Well,
come,
naturally.
their work
I go to
is
your
shit,
tavern almost
and you
every
have to
day.
pay someone
Really?
else to put it right.
Then you must have decent wages to be able to visit the best tavern in town
I
regularly.
tell you, a waste of time.
Adam, don't interrupt the proceedings with your drunken ranting.
Да, у короля бы украсть, бы съесть
And as
бы,
for you, Gwendolyn, haven't you noticed
Ну,
there's
все
a war
увидели.
going on? Are the experts from far off supposed to work in a city under siege?
Besides, I get the feeling there's something other than the welfare of the city
Hey,
behind
boy.
your complaints.
A full cup of monastery wine.
Я даже не успеваю смотреть, что они вообще...
Like, for instance, that you'd like to have your own altar there?
So what if I would?
Sir?
Hold your horses, gentlemen. That space in the side nave is
It's
mine.
you?
When Hellfreeze
I
is
see
over,
you've
my
come
friend.
up in the world.
Your place
From a
is at
bathhouse
least 2
boy
steps
to a
behind
waiter.
mine.
A
You'll go a
swordsmith
long way.
dares to insult me?
Might make councillor one day.
I think not.
You're a
Excuse me.
merry soul, lad.
You wanted to buy
I like
yourself
that.
an altar in the cathedral, just like you bought yourself a seat in this council.
How dare you? I acquired my seat for the services
Неужели ничего нету пожрать?
our guild provided and still provides to the crown.
Well, I hope you're not supplying
You there,
equipment to the
lad.
army.
A cup of
If
red.
that's all they
And
have,
don't you skip
they would be defeated by that bunch of ne'er-do-wells from the alehouse on Obrink.
What ne'er-do-wells?
Sir?
Those wrestlers of theirs, of course.
Заебись было бы отравить это вино и всех нахер в совете. А еще и этого короля. Ну ты прикинь, ну тут вот, пожалуйста, королевский этот, блин, винокук, блин. Ну хотя нет, спалят, ладно. Но это
What
самоубийство.
do we have to discuss next?
Наконец-то.
I'm telling you, something is being planned. Oh, I doubt it. No one's gonna tackle Rootard.
Azonal Gyurcsák össze. A legjobb katonákat, és kelkinek útra!
Куда ты смотришь-то, блин?
You have nothing to fear. Not you.
And like this man of fights!
Гомер? Симпсон? Ну, сейчас озвучка будет, а? Или нет? Блять, не будет. А что не дали-то? Посмотри, как он их ругает. Мы теперь за Бугуту опять играем.
Come now, father. Put a little life into your dying. Seen more cheerful priests at funerals.
I'd rather be at one than here. I hoped I'd never see this fortress again in my life.
Unpleasant memories?
You have no idea. I didn't part ways with my father on entirely good terms. 20 years ago.
And now you're 2 decades older and wiser. At your Ujit's parish, you spread the word of God to your flock, and you saved my neck and Henry's too. I'd say your father should be proud of you.
None of that matters a damn to him.
Who knows? Maybe that 20 years has changed a thing or two.
You know what? Let's drop the subject. Do you know any of the guests here?
Most of them I'm seeing for the first time in my life. It's a pretty varied company. We've had bandits, nobles, burghers, a priest, and even a rabbi coming together here. It's like the start of some joke.
Wait a moment. Rabbi, you say? The
Ravin is Kutangara?
Yeah. He came with a retinue. But for now, they're keeping mostly to themselves. Maybe you should go and welcome some of them. After all, this used to be your home. And you're a spiritual man too, so you should have something in common.
I wouldn't be too sure. But I suppose I can try. Who's that French fellow you brought here from Malashov?
The great Baron Brabant. Been everywhere, knows everything, and has the keys to half the kingdom. He's got more fairy tales than my old nanny.
Can he be trusted?
He's a blabbermouth, but a harmless one. Besides, he defended Kuttenberg, and you know how that went. If he were on Sigismund's side, he'd hardly have been locked up with me.
How does it feel to breathe free air again?
What can I say? You can never truly appreciate freedom until someone locks you up for a while.
Or until you become a priest.
No fear of that in my case. I intend to enjoy life to the full. Wine, women, and song.
What do you plan to do now you're a free man again?
What do you think? Get drunk, woo one of the local wenches, and wake up in the morning with no hose and a head like a church bell.
Have you perchance forgotten we're supposed to be deciding the future of the kingdom here?
I'll leave that to the older and wiser. And duller.
Dear me. I'd rather creep off into some corner with a full wineskin. But I suppose I'll have to introduce myself to the rest of the guests, eh?
Indeed you should. After all, you are one of the lords of Rabosh.
Oh, don't start with that. I'd like to steer clear of the old man as long as I can.
In that case, you should sound out Radzig and Hanush and find out what they're actually planning.
I'm glad you finally accepted my invitation. I almost lost all hope.
It's not that I...
Couldn't she tell him to go to hell herself?
Good health to you, sir. I'm Godwin. A friend of that lad you arrived with, Henry. We don't know each other.
Baron Vauquelin Brabant, Chevalier d'Arezzo. The last of my line. I am a warrior, a traveler, a strategist, and also, à ma manière, a poet.
My word. Isn't that exhausting?
Mais non! And I'm glad to meet a new friend.
It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Baron. I knew right away we'd hit it off. How did you end up imprisoned in Malashov?
Ah, c'est une histoire compliquée. It was after I heroically led the defense of Kuttenberg, and only lost it narrowly by an unfortunate turn of events.
That needs some explanation. What unfortunate turn of events?
Oh, misère. It is clear you have never been to war.
You're quite mistaken, Monsieur Baron. I have.
Ah, je suis désolé. This Bohemia is a strange land. I have seen farmhands, children, and even women fighting. But the clergy? Sainte Mère, do tell me about it. No doubt you fought on the side of truth and honor.
My last big battle was in Kosovo.
I've heard of this battle. Many great men fell there.
Aye. And it was there I decided it was nothing for me. So I settled down in the presbytery in Ujits.
Then, what are you doing here, at a meeting of opponents of the crown?
The Lord moves in mysterious ways. You say you're a poet? How about a verse or two to amuse us?
Jamais. Is poetry nothing but a farce to you? Is a poet a gesture for amusement? I think not. To recite, I require the proper mood. And besides, few here would understand me.
How come almost nobody here knows you?
I am operating, as they say. Incognito. My great benefit is my strong connection with the French court. There, everyone knows my name. Here in Bohemia, I'm still building my reputation, slowly, but surely.
Where have you been on your travels? Have you seen the ocean?
But of course! I was born by the sea. If you are interested in my greatest journeys, then I have traveled with a merchant caravan all the way to the Ottoman Empire. And if you are interested in my greatest deed, then that was perhaps saving the life of the King of France.
And you wouldn't by any chance know the Pope, personally?
Which one do you mean? I spoke briefly with Boniface IX when I was sojourning in Rome. A pleasant fellow.
Что балабука.
Jesus Christ be praised.
Билли Бо.
Such rare guests. One wouldn't expect to find among Christians representatives of your community. I'm Godwin. My greetings to you.
Peace be with you. Neither would one expect a priest here. And yet...
How do you know I'm a priest?
It's not difficult to tell. After all, we have much in common.
Таки мы похожи
And
друг
we
на
are
друга,
both a
но
little
немножечко
on
другие.
unfamiliar ground
Так
here.
ты понимаешь
I'm
меня, друг мой
Yehuda,
кружевной?
leader of the rabbinical court in the sacred community of Gutenberg. And this is Samuel, my aide.
Who would rather not be here at all. Why did we have to come here, Sadie? Can you not see everyone is staring at us?
Because we all need to help each other in this time of need. And why would they not stare when you are frowning so?
Are you here to arrange some trade?
We have more serious matters to attend to here than gaining a few groschen. The situation in the town and the kingdom is unsustainable. The whole land is on the brink of destruction. You have men and weapons. We have the means to sustain them.
Why are you telling this to a Koimer? You wanted to deliver what we brought to the Margrave and quickly leave.
Everything in good time, Samuel. We have just arrived, after all.
Did you come to lend money to the lords?
Not to lend, but to give. Help given to the needy is repaid only by God.
You don't even know if you can trust them. With that money, we could have paid mercenaries ourselves.
You remind me of my young friend Henry. He's a bit of a hothead too.
Henry? That messenger of Radzik Copula?
You know each other. You're both around the same age.
That would be him. But we did not get off to a very good start.
Or maybe you'll get to know each other better. He should be coming here later, by the way. For a young stripling, he's been through plenty. It's not so long since his parents were killed in Skalitz. He was supposed to become a blacksmith, and instead, he's roaming the world, risking his neck at every turn.
Wait, a blacksmith, you say? From Skalitz?
Aye, that's right. Did you know anyone there?
I knew of someone. A blacksmith by the name of Martin.
My daughter knew him most, and that is why Samuel is in this world. For our numerous sins.
Чего? Это его брат?
Maybe he was my father, but he certainly didn't act like one. Ma raised me on her own.
And that was all for the best.
Why? He should have taken care of me, but instead he fathered another bastard.
Don't make hasty judgments.
А, нет, какой брат, блядь. Он же не родной отец же, Мартин, ё-моё.
I know. Martin didn't have any other children. At least, none of his own. He took in Henry and raised him as his own on the orders of the Lord of Skalitz, Sir Radzik Kobila, Henry's real father.
I don't care if he took care of 20 other Mamsas.
That boy's blood father denied him, just like yours did to you.
A person can't choose their parents. And Henry only found out about it recently.
Enough. I'd rather have a drink. Will you have one too, Zayde?
For that, there will be more suitable times.
Good health.
L'chaim.
Dear friends and allies, in these troublesome times, you all know why we're here. The question remains, what to do next? Sigismund is facing troubles in Hungary, and here too, he is up against resistance. He's a capable strategist, but a poor diplomat. Mark my words. If we wait him out until winter, he will leave of his own accord.
By winter, he'll have torched all our fortresses and carried off everything that we possess. Are we seriously gonna wait and cower in a corner? Or are we gonna drive them out in shame? A few well-planned raids and we could have him in our fists!
At what price? Have you got men to spare? Has any of you got men and money to spare?
We don't have men out there.
Yes, we do.
We do not.
Jobst is right. That whole sun won't fall easily.
Only we can't wait.
Are we to get ourselves killed?
Or end with nothing?
I'm not going to die.
Friends, we'll get nowhere like this. Let's adjourn ourselves and try to think it through.
Well, that went just as expected. Good health.
And to yours. Could it have gone any other way when there's so many of us here?
I would have expected a bit more sense from Jobst, of all people. He made an amateur's mistake. But it's hard to be angry with him when he's trying to ingratiate himself with everyone. By the way, I'm John of Liechtenstein. And you must be Godwin, the son of...
That's not a thing I've ever boasted of. How do you know that?
I have my sources. From what I've heard about you, I'd judge you could be quite useful to me at today's gathering.
Is that so?
Indeed. And that's why I'd like to ask something of you.
It depends what it's all about.
A little delicate diplomacy. I expect we can agree that Jobst's plan has certain shortcomings?
That's a weak word.
And the way it stands at the moment, he'll never get the support of the council. But I have an idea how to change that.
Well, I'm curious how you hope to shut Zizka up and satisfy the ones who want peace.
We'll sit and wait quietly until Sigismund withdraws of his own volition, as Jobst proposes, but we'll be waiting in the military camp of our huge new army.
If Sigismund decides to mount an attack on the camp, it'd be a massacre.
Ah, but it won't. Sigismund's army is demoralized and weakened. And besides, he's running out of resources. He's able to tackle fortresses that aren't able to defend themselves, but he won't engage in equal force on the battlefield.
He can't retreat either. That would be a disgrace.
And that's exactly why we'll wait until he's called back to Hungary by events there. For the plan to work, we need allies, their money and their determination. We've already set the ground for it. We just need negotiators who will push the right people in the right direction.
Are you saying you set everything in motion even before Jobst?
More like in parallel, but without his knowledge. If we find support and make it look like the whole thing was his idea, we'll all win.
Why are you doing all this anyway?
Because I want to put a stop to the senseless deaths, and also because I'm happier with Wenceslas on the Bohemian throne.
You've got an interesting way of approaching things.
You're certainly not the first to tell me that. I take it as a compliment.
I'll help you. What exactly should I do?
I'll give you 3 names. Botchek of Kunstadt, Haman Alder, and Anna of Waldstein. If you can get those 3 on our side, we've won the day. Meanwhile, I'll take care of Jobst.
What if it doesn't work?
I refuse to even consider that outcome, because it would mean slow but certain defeat for all of us.
Why me, of all people?
Because you've got a head on your shoulders. You know how to talk, and you're not just out for your own good. You and your friend Henry are similar in that respect. That's why I know I can count on you both. There aren't many like you two left.
Tell me a bit more about those people, so I know who I'm dealing with.
Certainly. Who do you want to start with?
Botchek of Kunststadt. I know the name, but I can't quite place him.
That's just the thing. He's got massive estates, great influence, but he holds back. He doesn't play the big game, because he doesn't like to take risks. He always goes for the sure thing. But once he's made his mind up, not even a pair of oxen will hold him back.
Alder the Alderman. Wasn't he a Kuttenberg councillor?
He still is. The only one who retained his position after the city was
taken.
Only he's here, instead of cozying up with Sigismund in Kuttenberg. So his days in the council are numbered. But he'll continue to have a strong influence on the guilds and the rich burghers. And that's why we need
Или
him.
жишкой хочешь быть?
Anna of Waldstein. The widow of that rich mine owner. What was his name?
Wenzel Bartosz. And I'm not surprised you forgot.
I was quite surprised to see her here. Assemblies like this are more of a...
A male affair? So far, Godwin, so far. Anna is holding back and behaving like an exemplary young widow. But don't trust appearances. She's got claws, she knows how to do her sums, and she certainly has no love lost for Sigismund.
And what use can she be to us? Apart from her late husband's money, of course.
She's as sharp as they come when it comes to trade. And she knows a thing or two about diplomacy. There are wicked tongues that claim Bartosz acquired most of his wealth thanks to her, and that it was thanks to her that he died too.
I'll get on it then. Wish me luck.
I wish us both luck.
Ты
Before
хочешь
the day
быть
is over,
автоматом?
the die will be cast.
Success to our plans.
Я не хочу. Не хочу. Не хочу. Чуть-чуть хочу, но не хочу.
I'll tell you, nobody...
I'd like to check your horses out and see if they're as good as you say.
Ha! Even better. But you won't believe it until you see for yourself.
And you might not believe your eyes when you do see them. Well, well, we have a new guest.
I wanted to...
You wanted to apologize for crashing into my home without it by your leave. Or to arrest my guests some more?
I want to have a word with Alder.
Well, I'm having a word with you.
I'll talk to you later, Father. This is important.
You're in my home, so you'll talk to me first. What is it you want?
Is that your...
Unfortunately. Speak up then. What are you doing here?
I came with a delegation from Sir Hanush of Lipa.
Is this a joke?
Why so strict, Martin?
20 years ago, he was nothing but a cheeky brat, only interested in wenches and booze. I got him a place at the Archbishopric to have some sense beaten into his head. Only it wasn't long before they kicked him out. And then I find out he's settled in some backwater parish in Sassau. But he took his boozing and whoring along with him, lost everything, and then came creeping home again. Huh?
Try saying it again a little louder. They might not have heard you in the outer courtyard.
You have the impertinence to show me your face after the way you disgraced our whole family?
You're exaggerating, like you've always done.
Me? Exaggerating? You're the one who turned my home into a house of ill repute. Your whores wandering around as if they owned the place.
Oh, actually, anything fun was strictly banned under your roof. But maybe you ought to try it yourself sometime. Then maybe you wouldn't be such a bitter old grouch.
You're dishonoring your host.
I can't dishonor someone who has no honor. If you had any, you'd be...
That's enough.
Christopher.
You won't get away with those insults. I challenge you to a duel.
I refuse to fight. I'm here as an envoy, not a jester.
You've got no other option. You insulted Father's honor.
Gentlemen, surely there's no need for violence. I can have a word in private with Lord Odorin, the second, as he desires, and then...
Out of the question. This uncouth lout needs a lesson. And he's got plenty to learn from Christopher. By God's grace, I have at least one son I can be proud of.
You want satisfaction? You'll get nothing but shame. As always. Suit yourself, then. We'll fight. Come to the outer courtyard, but quietly. We don't have to put on a show for the crowd.
After you.
Well, that's that. Now, where were we?
Shouldn't we rather...
No, Christopher will sort it out, you'll see.
Так это его брат.
Make room for us. We'll just settle...
Ты что, своего брата тоже убьешь?
It's an honorable duel, man against man. Stay back.
Yeah.
With your whole arm, not just your wrist.
Yeah.
Not bad for a priest.
Enough! I surrender!
No yielding, you piece of shit.
Sum quique tribue!
You're fast. Not bad for a priest.
Да это в тебе демон говорит. Крашена. Это демон говорит.
You don't know which end of that thing is up. Cover your right side.
Bad luck.
That gap there I can drive a cart through.
Not bad for a priest. Hey, who taught you that?
What's wrong with your legs? Stand firm. Otherwise the first strike will put you on your arse.
That will do.
Ну все.
My God. Where did you learn to wield a sword like that? Father always said you were a good-for-nothing boozer. But you could teach sword fighting in a school.
I was in a war. Right after they kicked me out of the Archbishopric. And you ought to know yourself. Not all the faults that Father sees are real.
Aye. Well, I apologize for going off like that. I had to, so that...
So Father would be satisfied. I know. Only he'll never be satisfied. And the sooner you realize that, the better.
I thought he was the way he was because his first son let him down. And he hoped at least his second would become something.
Not at all. I remember him the same since I was a nipper. When I was 6 years old, I fell off a horse and broke my leg. He wouldn't talk to me for a week because I'd let him down.
The first time he took me hunting, he let me starve for 3 days until I was able to shoot my first hare.
Only 3 days. He got soft.
I always wondered who you were. There was never much talk about you at home.
Look, I really did fuck up everything I could. I brawled and boozed until they threw me out of my own parish. But now, I have a chance to put things to rights a little.
And that's why you want to talk to Alder?
Aye. The outcome of this war depends on it.
That sounds very important, considering you and Alder are both pretty small players. After your encounter with Father, it won't be easy to get to Alder. Actually, I don't think you should even attempt it. Unless you want to anger Father even more.
What else can I do, though?
I'll talk to him myself. He'll hear me out for sure. But you'll have to trust me, and tell me what it's all about.
All right, then. You've heard Yob's plan, right? It's a nice idea, but we can't wait around without an army to back us up.
Only no one's going to pay for one, because that would be an outright admission of rebelling against Sigismund.
Alder's got some clout with the councillors and burghers who are loyal to Sigismund. If he agrees, they'll follow.
I expect Alder's not the only one you're after.
You got that right.
Нужно два.
Leave Alder to me.
Один
The plan sounds sensible, and he's no fool.
алкаш вонючий,
You can drag me
второй
to a tavern sometime. Pa doesn't need to
не
know about it.
алкаш вонючий.
You're starting to sound like a brother.
Вот. Один прикрывал, другой закрывал. Другой наливал.
That's exactly why we mustn't push too hard.
Sir Bocek, I need to speak with you for a moment.
A man hardly puts his cup to his lips and someone comes along to put a flea in
Давай
his ear.
выпьем.
Yobs comes up with a plan as full of holes as a beggar's shoes, and now you're all jostling to win me over for him.
On the contrary, I've come here with an idea how to improve it.
Does that improvement include a few thousand men-at-arms? If not, you can go to the devil with him.
A few thousand men-at-arms as a convincing argument. And 100 horsemen on top. Only in order to get them, we need coin.
You've got my attention, but not my money yet.
How can I persuade you?
I need guarantees of security. I don't want to end up like Rutard.
Of course. Once it comes to protecting property, ideals go out the window.
You can talk, since you haven't got a pot to piss in yourself. If you were in my position, you'd think differently. I have a lot of property, lots of subjects to look after, and along with that, the Lord blessed me with a large family. I can't risk it all in a conflict with Sigismund.
So you need guarantees that you won't be left standing in the cold if you openly oppose Sigismund.
My guarantee is called Yitka. She's my niece. If I succeeded in marrying her off to another strong house, I'll have the certainty that I won't be left alone.
Maybe it's enough to find a suitable groom among the allies.
Perhaps someone of suitable standing who Yitka would also gladly accept. I don't want her to be unhappy.
О, младший братик пойдет. Как насчет меня?
How about young Lord Capon?
He's a youngster still.
What's wrong with him? He's young, he's handsome, women are fighting over him. Yitka will like him, and he'll give her a whole bunch of children.
And to half the wenches in his domain too, eh? On the other hand, the lords of Lipa have a good reputation, and Hanush can always be relied on, despite his temper. Maybe it's not such a bad idea.
I'll convey your offer to Lord Capon. If he agrees, we can celebrate our alliance.
I don't care what the young lord thinks. Hanush is the one to decide. If he agrees, I'll be happy to support your plan.
Pushing a friend to tie the knot to save the kingdom. Things have come to a pretty pass.
The kingdom will not forget his sacrifice. Now stop dilly-dallying and go and tell Hanush.
Ну, чё, молодого птачка заставим жениться.
Sir Hanush, I bring happy tidings.
You do? Let's hear it then.
I've gained us a powerful ally.
And who is it? I hope it's not one of those Kuttenberg stuffed guts.
On the contrary, it's Bocek, the Elder of Kunstadt and Podjebrad.
Kunstadt? My Christ, he's the last one I'd have expected to step up. How the hell did you do it?
Well, there's one little catch. I had to promise him... I don't even know how to begin.
Out with it.
Lord Kunstadt has a niece, so... I arranged a betrothal for young Lord Capon, with your blessing if you agree.
Hans Capon is to marry Yitka of Kunstadt. Godwin, you conniving old bastard!
Oh, fuck.
I don't believe it. So, young Hans is to marry Kunstadt's daughter?
Niece.
If you're serious, I'll make sure that you get the Rattay parish.
Or you could make me the abbot of Sassa. Or what about a bishopric?
Forget it. Soon I'll be paying for a wedding. Not a word to Hans. I want to tell him myself. But let's drink to it, shall we?
За молодых.
Cheers!
Cheers to you! And to your parlaying skills!
А сейчас он нажрется тут, ему. Ну все, бля, договорняк сделал. Договорничок. Вот такой надо договорничок делать. Правильно. Без разрешения мелкого, так сказать.
Sir Bocek, your niece Yitka can start preparing for her wedding.
So Hanush agreed, without reservations.
Indeed.
Then I will fulfill my end of the bargain without reservation.
Thank you, Lord of Kunstadt.
Enough formality. We'll have a drink. What do you say?
Cheers to the beautiful Lady Yitka and the unhappy
Конечно,
Lord...
выпью.
Here's to a good bargain.
Сегодня пьем. За договорняк. Так, что теперь? Теперь надо мамселю найти. Некую. Анночку. Где же та самая Анночка? Анна, вы здесь? Высучим Анночку. Ой, какой поросенок. Крыжомель, будешь? Ой, наверное, такой вкусный. Прям вот так вот взять. Не знаю, что-нибудь. Ам, ну вообще как. На вертеле. Ой, бля. Вкуснятина.
God be with you, noble lady.
Уже все. Нажрался, бля.
God be with you. What would that be?
Your diplomatic support. And your money.
No beating around the bush, eh? I like that. But what do you want my money for?
Margrave Yob's plan has some gaps, milady. We need to gather enough
Хорошенько так поклонился.
To muster an army that Margrave can't afford on his own?
Christ. Be praised. You're astute.
I should say so. All sorts of people have their eyes on my money, and divining their intentions is a necessity. Although, between the two of us, it isn't hard to figure out what Liechtenstein is after.
Hit the nail on the head again, Mom. You're well informed.
I am rarely mistaken.
I'd say you have a better nose for people than most of this crowd.
Not only for people, but also for good food and wine. And beneficial deals.
Then you're in the right place. This occasion provides all of those things.
The wine here is average. The cooks lack imagination. And I have yet to hear any interesting offers. So, to the point. What is it that Liechtenstein wants from me?
Nothing more than support and resources for an army to parley more effectively with Sigismund.
Nothing more? I'd say that's plenty. And why ask me for help? Why should I, of all people, take the risk?
It's not only your money we're interested in. You're well able to negotiate and trade. And if you were to take part in our plan...
Then I'd be helpful to you on two fronts. If you want me to support you, you must give me a good reason. Perhaps a favor in return.
Do you have something in particular in mind?
Well, one of the guests here has something that shouldn't get into the wrong hands.
Who's that?
Harman Alder. Now, if you were to switch these papers for the ones he brought with him, I would support your proposal.
All right, I'll help you. Or at least I'll give it a try.
Alder will surely have the papers in his saddlebags, which he left in the shed on the outer courtyard. Bring them to me, and put these there instead. But watch yourself. Odorin's groom has eyes everywhere.
Дальше задавать вопросы. Незачем.
Hey, you! What are you doing here? No one's...
I'm waiting here for you.
Oh, how's that?
I've been watching you for a while, and I have a feeling you do well to talk a little. In conspectu Dei.
Who in God's name are you?
In God's name indeed. I'm a priest, and I know a wretched sinner when I see one.
Is it that obvious? Christ above.
Don't blaspheme. It'll help you more to confess.
Hey, you! What are you doing here? No one's allowed...
Shh. I'm here on a matter of Lady Anna of Waldstein's. It's very important.
And what would her ladyship want in this here shed?
That's none of your concern. But Lady Anna stressed that it's a matter of urgency. You know the law of falling shit?
No. What's that?
If you hold me up, Lady Anna will give me shit. And I'll have to drop it on your head. And since you're just a fucking groom, you can complain at best to the nags here. Is it worth it to you?
No, it's not. And in the morning, when I met him, I swore I never laid eyes on his daughter. Even though my back was scratched raw from our roll in the hay.
That's a mortal sin. Lying with a woman that you're not joined with in holy matrimony. And then lying about it too. That's already 2 commandments broken for the price of 1.
I'll go to hell for that, won't I?
You won't. As long as you repent. Be contrite, fast and pray. 10 Our Fathers. Ego te absolvo.
I'll start right away. Thank you, Father. That won't please Lord Odorin.
Десять раз «Отче нас» прочитайте, и все грехи пройдут.
God bless.
Greetings to you, friend.
I've got those papers from Alder for you.
Quiet! You don't have to announce it to everyone.
My lady, with all the clamor going on here, I can hardly hear my own thoughts. Here they are.
You're more capable than I expected. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. And now you're part of the bargain.
As agreed. I will support Liechtenstein's proposal with both words and money.
Thank you, noble lady. God will...
Yes, quite. But let's drink to our bargain, Godwin.
Обязательно.
How could I refuse a toast with such a fine lady? To your health, Lady Anna.
And to the success of our efforts.
Еще не выпьем. Обязательно выпьем.
I'm still hoping it works out and we walk out of here with a clear plan.
Gentlemen, I think we can raise our goblets to the successful conclusion of the negotiations.
Is this supposed to be your secret weapon?
Like I said, miracles happen where you least expect them. Tell me, Godwin of the House of Odorin, what news do you bring us?
I bring nothing from the House of Odorin. But the widow of Waldstein and Sir Bocek of Kunstadt will support our cause.
Both of them? Good heavens, what did you promise them?
This is going to be a long story, and I could use a drink. So if you'll excuse me, my lords?
It would seem that we have all benefited from the break in these proceedings. New alliances have been formed. And I have also changed my plans. We shall still wait for Sigismund to withdraw his troops of his own accord. But we will wait with an army at our backs.
Yes! Yeah. And how are we to raise an army? Wasn't it made clear at the meeting that no one wants to take the risk?
The only thing made clear was that each of us alone is weak, and that we could not find common ground. But that has now changed.
О, так и нам дадут денег вдоволь.
King Wenceslas is, by the will of God, the balbatim of all his subjects. Not only the Christians, our community, and not only ours, will give you coin.
Yes! The Kuttenberg houses are still loyal to King Wenceslas, and we stand with Lord Ruthard.
And if that's not enough, the houses of Leipa and Kunstadt will unite and march side by side.
My niece, Yitka, will take young Lord Capon as her husband.
Lords Kunstadt, Hanush, Radzig, and I will set out immediately. God willing, we will be back within 3 weeks, along with an army.
Now those are words worthy of a nobleman.
My friend, I still believe that words are more powerful than swords. And our words will ring in 1,000 voices to the glory of King Wenceslas.
Так, одни тут договорничок устроили, а сейчас окажется то, что сейчас Сигизмунд там сбучечку устроит. Какой-нибудь.
After we conquered the city, you promised to restore order immediately. And then I find out things are even more disordered than before.
Your Majesty, we are sorry. We will put it to rights.
You've already said that. I want to hear real solutions.
We will put more guards on the roads and toughen penalties. We can have a few captured bandits executed as an example to others.
We do not care about bandits. We care about rebellious nobles and burghers. What will you do with them? How will you solve the chaos in the town administration, the rebellious miners, and the dismal yields? And how is it even possible that a rebellion against the king is smoldering here in the city?
What do you mean, sire?
I hear the resistance is coming from the Jewish quarter, from right under your noses. Why haven't you done anything?
Сейчас еврейские погромы
We
начнутся.
don't know who is behind this. Without evidence, we cannot punish them.
Otto von Berghoff did not ask questions in Prague either. He acted. And I advise you to do the same. Find a couple of wretches in a hole somewhere, point them to the Jewish quarter, and give them free rein to do anything. The city's Jewish community was and still is on Wencesla's side. They need a warning.
We do not even have enough men to...
Marquardt, could you spare a few men for a while?
Of course, sire. I'll assign them to Eric. He'll take care of it.
So you see, all you have to do is make sure the city rebel get their share. You could at least manage that, couldn't you? And if the thought should cross your minds that you would get rid of the debts to the Jewish moneylenders this way, forget about it. Your debts will remain, up to the last groschen. Only now you owe us directly. And while we are on the subject of money, has the yield from the mines finally matched last year's?
Sire, the deposits are dwindling, and mining is becoming increasingly difficult. And to make matters worse, the miners started rebelling.
Don't take us for a fool. They'll stop rebelling when you pay them proper wages.
Your Majesty, we can't do that.
Silence! How dare you oppose the kingdom's protector? You're a bunch of incompetent sycophants. Chicken shits. Not any better than the scum hiding in the forest.
And drunks! Give them hell! Lazy fools, the lot of them.
How dare you?
Some of you are even swelling right here in the city council meeting. This is unbelievable.
Remove this swill pot from the hall immediately.
I'm telling the truth. This whole council is a farce. The whole city knows it.
Lord of Sargents, your insolence just cost you your place on the council, and a month in the dungeon.
But...
Hopefully that'll be enough for him to sober up. And if not, put him in the pillory for a while, bailiff.
I'll see to it as soon as the council is over, Your Majesty.
All I hear from you over and over again are excuses and prevarication. And results? None. I therefore place the city council under the authority of Sir Marquardt von Aulitz, who is present here, with immediate effect. He will make sure you finally do your duty.
But, sire, that would be a violation of the privileges granted to us as a free mining town.
Silence! I am the only guarantor of your rights. You have to earn your privileges, not hide behind them. During my brother's reign, this idleness was perhaps tolerated. But that is over now. You were given a few simple tasks. But instead of working on them, you idled in the baths and lined your pockets. And let the traitors cast their nets undisturbed. But unlike my brother, I am capable of creating order. And I assure you, I do not distinguish between those who stand in my way. Be they beggars, noblemen, or city councillors. You have 2 weeks to restore order in the city and increase mining output. I want clear results, and you answer only to me and Sir Marquardt von Aulitz now. No one else. The council is dismissed. You, don't go anywhere, boy. Be so kind and remain here. Our throat has become rather dry. And we still wish to speak with our friend von Aulitz.
Yes, sire. As you wish, sire.
Between the two of us, Marquardt, was I not perhaps too harsh on them? And speak candidly, we have had enough of false flattery.
Sire, you were harsh, but rightfully so. These councillors, they need to be shown their place. You suffered their insolence for far too long. And the same is true of the Jews.
We know. Otto repeated to us several times that it is time to strike against them. We are glad he's not here. He would be intolerably self-satisfied if he knew we had heeded him.
Boy, can't you see the King's cup is empty?
You tend to us as if we were infirm. Boy, pour us a monastic wine. The monks had a good year. We have concerns, friend. The Hungarians are rebelling. Our army is falling apart, and we have enemies here on all sides. Would we had a proper army instead of human mercenaries? They cannot be relied upon. And we are no closer to our goal now than a few months ago. Thank you. It is a good year. If our father were still alive, he would have been astonished by the mess that a few years of Wenceslas' reign brought to us. With a single word, he would have put the nobility in their place, and the country would flourish. God grant him eternal glory.
We won't need much more time. We'll arrest the traitor Odorin, and the rest will fall in line.
You say the others will be brought into line, but what do you know of them? We know only a few of them. But there's a fortress standing on every damn hill here. What side are their lords on?
We'll find out soon enough, sire.
If only Wenceslas were not such a stubborn ass, and relinquished that throne that he has no use for anyway. The nobility, on the other hand, found a ruler like him very useful. They made a puppet out of him.
Once you restore order, they'll join you. All you have to do is promise them the privileges they lost during Wenceslas' reign.
First, they'd have to be willing to make peace at least among themselves. Jobst does everything he can to sow chaos, so that he himself emerges victorious in the end. This business makes me thirsty. Pour me some of that red, boy.
I think Jobst is just waiting for the right moment. He'll switch sides when it's suits.
Maybe. But first I'll have to conquer a few more cities, and get a couple more lords on my side. Then they take the threat of war seriously. And Hungary. If Bohemia is a wasp's nest, then Hungary is a viper's lair.
You will follow in his footsteps, sire, as soon as you get the chance.
But the wine is good here. To your health, Marquardt. And to your health too, boy. May your children grow in a land ruled by a good king.
Thank you, sire. You are too magnanimous.
Why? You did a good job. You can be proud of yourself.
To your health, Your Majesty.
First, we need to crack down on the biggest troublemakers.
We're working on it. While the consul was meeting, Otto von Berghoff and his men set out for Raposh. Odorin won't give you any more trouble.
He and Ruthard are in it together. Once we get Odorin, we can handle Ruthard easily. Rabosh will be yours. After all, Otto has already got Malishov.
I appreciate your confidence, sire.
But the devil knows there are a lot more strongholds to conquer here.
For the king, red wine, boy.
No. We shall have white. We have had enough.
I could go for something to eat now.
Quickly. If Rabosh falls, others will follow.
I think von Berghoff's little contraption will find its use again.
If need be, we could use it to raise this town hall too. And I have some suggestions for other candidates.
Not so fast, my friend. It's a wondrous tool, but we can't rely on it forever.
But to bring it here to the square and point it at the city hall? Those sycophants would only benefit from a warning like that.
It's a splendid idea, but it won't be necessary. The councillors are quite fearful enough already that they can hide nothing from us.
There's been enough fretting, sire. You shall see. Soon we will drink to the conquest of another fortress.
You are right. So then, to victory. And you, boy, will you drink with us? So that you shall have something to tell your children and grandchildren.
To victory, sire.
To today's, and those of the future.
Сейчас осада будет, Радборжет. Бухаем! Бухаем! Алле-малле! Вечерин.
The art of winemaking has a long tradition in La Belle France. Recipes are passed on from father to son, and each generation brings them to perfection. I myself was practically raised on wine. How many I have tasted. Even the French royal court took note of my refined taste. The king himself had wine delivered for his table according to my advice.
I expect his lordship had the best barrels rolled out. Now, if you'd only known he had a real connoisseur here.
Best barrels? Mon ami, this wine would perhaps be suited to the infirmary, where it would suffice for cleaning wounds and easing pain. For that, the taste is of little consequence. Give me 100 knights
for the piglet.
Где батя?
You in need of something, my well-oiled friend?
I'd like to drink a toast with you to our joint success. As they say, all's well that ends well. So,
Сколько надо вина выпить, чтобы в Зюзе такую быть, а? Литра 3, наверное.
What's become of your poetic soul?
I never had one.
Truly? Not even a little?
Well, maybe once. The older I get, the worse it is. Give me a few more years and I'll become a professional mourner.
See now. I'll gladly drink to that with you. Only, there's nothing to drink. We've run dry. Fuck.
I've got a tongue like a slice of weak old bread after all that gabbing. Well, get something wet for us then. His lordship is so unsteady on his legs, he can't make it as far as the keg.
To hell with that keg slop. Your father surely has something better stored away. I had my eye on him all evening. He had pictures brought from somewhere for himself and his closest friends, and left the rest of us to drink cheap dregs. Try and find one of those pictures for us, eh? I'm sure you can manage that.
You can bet on it. I've got a nose for booze.
I don't doubt it. Get sniffing quick.
Найти кувшин. Так. Ну это главное к папке не подходить, ё-моё.
Speaking of the devil, come here.
Yes?
First you ridicule me in front of Alder, and now I find out you're sneaking around my house like a thief?
I should have known you'd turn your servants into snitches.
And you're as drunk as a fiddler to boot.
And I intend to get even more drunk. Anyway, I have to go for some more wine.
My wine?
A distinguished guest's wish.
I'll see about that. And you, get out of my sight. You reek of booze.
Это тоже разит вообще-то, ботяня.
God be with you, my friend.
Having a good time? There's a fucking bore. These old farts here have no idea what fun is.
Well, what are you missing? There's wine, food.
Even a few females worth the same. I'd rather have a game of dice. Or a good punch-up.
Well, let's have a game then. But for what?
For coin. What else?
Let's make it 50 groschen to spice things up.
Nice. If I'd known you had that kind of coin on you, I'd have pinched it long ago.
Бита. Ебать, я ничего не вижу. А, не обязательно видеть. Кто из зрителей пукнул? Ну-ка, признавайте.
Greetings. G'day. G'day.
Ну хорош пукать-то, ну чё вы? Совсем уже. Уже запердели-то у меня зрители-то мои. Один, два, три, четыре. Ой. А, тут две двойки. Вау. Один, два, три. Нихуя. Да. Сухой черт. Да.
Want to roll some dice?
Sure.
Playing for coins a bore. You got anything else to wager?
Yeah, I might have something. But you'll have to bet at least 20 groschen against it.
And what might that be?
Let's keep it a surprise. You won't be sorry, though.
What the hell? It'll be fun at least.
You bet it will.
О. Бита. Эх, вот мамзелю бы какую помацать бы, да? Ой, бля. Ой, бля. Пиздец. Ой, бля. Ну и иди ты. Черт.
I appreciate your friend.
How come you're still here, sir? Weren't you supposed to travel with Sir Hanush? Raise an army, prepare a wedding feast and all that?
All hail Jobst. He sorted out things here nicely. He got my money for a start, and that's more than I wanted to give him. But you know how it goes. Give them a finger. I explained to the Margrave that I'm not going anywhere, and I sent my captain with him. He's still young and full of piss and vinegar. I'm too old and fond of my comfort.
Did you at least discuss with Hanush where the wedding will take place?
Nothing to discuss. It'll be at our castle Potsdam, of course. It's the pride of our family. We can fit in 3 times more people than here, and that still wouldn't be much.
But there are 2 castles in Rattay. I'd bet my right arm old Hanush will want to have the wedding there.
What? In Rattay? Well, I ought to look into that then.
But deal with him yourself, though. I won't be your gent's messenger anymore.
Так, вино надо найти какое-то. Где нюх на вино? Медная тарелка. Нету. Ой.
At least you can tell by the name that the horse is immensely valuable.
It depends. Well, we can all agree that the name Bucephilus signifies higher value.
And with you?
Yes. Anyway, looking at him closely, I reckon he's more of a draft horse. There are a few of those around my mines, too.
I beg your pardon?
What kind of name is Bucephilus?
May I interrupt you for a moment?
You already did, didn't you?
What's the matter?
One of the most esteemed guests ordered more wine. Where might I find it?
All over the place. Are you blind?
I meant the really fine wine. The kind that Martin Udren would drink.
No way. Sir Martin ordered for it to be served only to him and a few of his favorites.
Oh, come on. If I go and get it myself, there's no risk to you. At worst, I'll take the blame.
All right. Them pictures are on a table in the cellar. But you didn't hear it from me.
Now off you go and leave us alone.
Блин, надо будет к ней потом это заскочить.
To keep Sigismund from murdering the Lord.
The rat'll be good, I hope.
Now there's a piece of horseflesh for you, Rootheart. Not like that nag of yours.
What the hell do you feed it with? It looks more like a damn bull.
Sir! Sir! There's some horsemen right out front of your fortress.
Ah, that's Peter of Pisac. Wouldn't come to the council, but he is coming happily to this celebration, you old fox.
Ой, блядь.
Come on in, sir. There's wine aplenty.
Hey! Hey! Intruders! Enemies at the gates!
Seize the nobles! Kill the rest!
Вот так вот, блядь, открывай ворота, блин, капец.
Jesus! The surrounding Christopher! He can't make it on his own!
I'll be done with you in a flash.
Wanker!
Cover your head, Johnny! That one hit the mark.
I'll smash your face! You got him! Get him!
Roll! Face in!
You did it nicely!
Are you waiting for orders from your wife? Fight! Fucking hell!
You fucker!
Get the fuck! Help me! He wounded me badly!
Нихуя.
That one hit the mark! That's right! Drive those horses out! We'll kick your ass in!
All the saints have seen this, and you'll soon be leaving him up.
It's a wonder you're still standing!
Come and help me with this bastard!
В смысле, спасти же брата был? Ей птишкина жизнь. Как так? Ё-моё, брата убили. Да как тут, что тут? Все в доспехах, я с мечом. Что это такое? Дайте булава, блин, дайте там, я не знаю, дрын какой-то, я не знаю.
The surrounding Christopher! He can't make it on his own!
Hey! Come and help me with this bastard!
I'll beat you to a bloody pulp.
Nice strike!
And now you're mine! Are you gonna fight? Or drop dead?
Help me! He wounded me badly!
I need a hand here! Take that! Through blood! Yeah! Slice him up! Through blood! Yeah! All mistakes! Yes! That's his face in! You won't be able to take him out like that!
I'm gonna fix it.
That's right! Find those horses out! You can't do that, can you?
Блядь, опять брата убили. Да пиздец. Что такое? Ай, бля. Нихуя. Ай, буя.
Jesus! The surrounded Christopher! He can't make it on his own!
You'll be fucking sorry!
Those bad this for your effort!
Slice them up!
No mercy!
That's him on the head!
True blood! Yeah. Nice!
Stand your ground! You're you bugger!
Stand, asshole!
Bleeding like a drive those horses out!
You haven't the chance!
Да ебать, вообще месиво. Мясорубочка богачей, так сказать. Мясная мясорубочка богачей. Нарезочка.
Jesus! The surrounded Christopher! He can't make it on his own!
Christ! You're hit! Don't spare him!
That one's had it! One step back! Stand your ground! See that coming, eh?
Back him on the head! Take that! Let him have it! I'll stay and you'll see me leaving. Take your ass!
Are you waiting for orders from your wife?
I'll be going this way. That must have hurt. You're up to it. The hell are you? Oh, the doggy! I hate you!
Он вроде брат живой. А вот и Индржик. Индро. А Хенри. Хенри Скарлетт. Так, для начала. Вот это все. Снимаем. Это все нам не нужно. Во-вторых, одеваем вот это. В-третьих, кушаем. Естественно.
Quick! God! Side! Wanger! Fuck yourself! He's had it!
Now
you're made of!
You're hardly worth staining my hands for.
You буквально got him!
Давай навались, мужики.
That was a close shave.
A little too close. Fuck me. Do my eyes deceive me? Henry!
Godwin!
How did you get...
Damn. I can't tell you how happy I am to see you. You turned up at just the right moment.
Is everyone alright?
Well, some are, some aren't.
They captured Odorin, Kunstad and Rutard. And they took Alder and Kunrad of Vector away too.
They wanted to slay the rest like dogs.
What about my father? And Hanush?
They left with Jobst long before that. I'm sure they're all right, but not everyone was so lucky.
Where did they go? Back to Rattay?
They've got to raise an army for us. And I hope they fucking hurry.
So we have a plan to counter Sigismund?
More of a promise than a plan.
But, as you can see, our allies are getting scarce. We should lay low until Jobst gets back.
I'll gladly play dead for a while. Be so kind. And don't speak of the dead.
What happened, Godwin? Who died?
Anna of Waldstein. She didn't stand a chance against those butchers. May she rest in peace.
She was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time.
And they almost killed my brother. But only almost. Good work.
What do you mean, almost? What happened?
I got there in time to help him, unfortunately. Christopher tried to defend our father, but nearly lost his life doing it. Nothing.
Old grievances aside, Odorin is an ally, the same as Rutard and Botchek.
Well, they all have their quirks. Cousin Botchek's a money-grabbing magpie. But I wouldn't give up on the fucker either. We'll have to wait for the other side's move anyway. We don't even know where von Berghout took them.
I tried to come as soon as possible and warn you, but von Bergov's people beat me here.
You knew he was coming.
Markvart bragged about it to Sigismund, and Sigismund promised to make him Lord of Raborsh in return.
When he sees what von Berghout did with it, he'll shit himself.
You find that funny? Do you like watching those foreigner dogs rampaging around and slaughtering innocents? Who else has to die before we do something about it?
Tell us about it. We were neck deep in corpses before you bothered to turn up.
Well, not you.
Fuck you, Jan. I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat. Trust me.
We've lost a lot of allies. We'll have trouble finding new ones. They'll be afraid to even peep against Sigismund.
Well, are you surprised? Look around. Sigismund showed everyone what's coming for all who resist him.
Is there anything we can do?
Definitely not right now. We'll treat the wounded, bury the dead, get the hell out of here. Then we'll hide in the Devil's Den and wait for Jobst and his army.
If I survive the journey... Oh, God's teeth. That stupid nag nearly broke me in half.
The king announced one more thing at the council. He asked the councillors to ransack the Jewish quarter. That is, He ordered it, more like.
Fuck! Liechtenstein's got his people there. They could reveal a lot.
The city rabbi is sitting upstairs in the hall. At least he's safe here.
They're our allies. We have to help them.
What do you mean by we? Everyone here is lucky to be still breathing. I can just see them all jumping to their feet and rush to save their poor Jews.
Maybe Samuel will figure something out. He wanted to talk to you anyway.
He's here too?
Aye, escorting the rabbi. You should go and see them as soon as possible. And tell Liechtenstein too.
Anyway, we've got work to do. Godwin?
Give me a moment. I'll go and see Christopher first. Guard the wall.
Guard the green.
Until more. If anyone shows up,
My Tempest lost his life too. They put enough arrows in him to knock down 3 like him.
What about your horse?
I don't know. I saw him bolting out the gate. Someone set his mane and tail on fire.
Maybe he survived. Maybe he'll come back.
Or maybe the crows are feasting on him already.
One Kronstadt captured, the other almost crushed. What have they done that the Lord is punishing them like this?
God's punishment or not, they brought it upon themselves. Unfortunately, he's as greedy as a pig.
It's the best thing we can do. Doing our work.
Leave it alone.
Good to see you both. Alive.
Oh, come on. You know, I've walked out of much worse scrapes laughing.
They could well have killed us all. If it hadn't been for you, Henry, von Berkhoff could have caused a lot more harm.
Von Aulitz surprised even Sigismund with that. You should have seen the look on the king's face when he told him.
Well, thank God we all survived.
Well, not all of us. They killed Lady Anna of Volstein and many other nobles. It was slaughter.
And they captured our closest and most influential allies. Without them, we can hardly get the burghers on our side. We're stuck.
We'll figure out a way to help them.
But how? Our plans are ruined.
Get a grip. Whining doesn't help anyone.
You're right. When I drink too much wine, I get overwhelmed with self-pity. Nevertheless, I have to admit it can't get much worse.
Actually, it might. And very soon. At Sigismund's council, an order was given to ransack the Jewish quarter.
God's wounds! We need to get back to the city and warn them.
I'm going with you.
Out of the question. Do you want to end up imprisoned again? You'll be more useful if you stay here and help Shishka. Henry, tell Samuel and the rabbi to get ready to travel. I'll try to get someone else to join.
What do you make of this Brabant fellow?
He's unquestionably a remarkable knight, that Vatalin. He rambles on a lot, though. My head nearly burst listening to him sometimes. Although it was better than being stuck there alone. Otherwise, he seems to me like a bold and worldly gentleman, if a little obsessed with wealth.
I agree. He seems quite likeable. And he's got a score to settle with Sigismund, like we do.
He certainly has.
What happened when von Berghoff hauled you off after the Nabokov battle?
It was a dreadful journey. Jesus, don't even remind me. It was a bit better in Malashov. Apart from being locked up, of course.
Did anything happen along the way?
No, but it took ages to get to Malashov. 4 or 5 days in that god-awful cart. I was traveling with von Aulitz's minions. They hauled me in one of the wagons. They treated my wounds a bit, but I was still in a really bad way. After that battle and all.
What did they do with you in Malashov?
Nothing much, actually. They took care of my wounds, and then stuck me in a room with Brabant. But they treated me decently, as befits a noble. Von Berghoff came asking questions a couple of times, but that was about it. Only I almost went mad from being cramped in that damned room. It's a good thing you got me out of there.
Well, what was the problem with the room?
That I couldn't get out of there. You saw yourself when you came for me, didn't you?
It's just that since Nabokov, when they shot the tower right down on my head and I was stuck there, well, since then, I don't feel well in cramped spaces. Actually, I never did. I always preferred to be outdoors. But since Nabokov, it's worse than ever. I had a feeling the roof would fall on my head again and I'd be buried alive.
I understand. It's a bit awkward for you that the nobility lives in castles.
That's a fact. Once I get my hands on my estates, I'll build a new castle that only has huge rooms and lots of spacious courtyards. And above all, no secret passages.
Great. I'm really looking forward to this new castle of yours.
You can be the castellan or something. Don't worry, I won't forget you. I'll even have a forge built so you feel right at home.
They didn't let you out at all? But you were in that room for ages.
No. They let us walk around the fortress a bit. We even went out for a ride twice, but they watched us like hawks. Not a chance of escape. But most of the time we were in that room. Like I say, I'm really glad you got me out of that hole.
What did von Burgov want from you?
Just the usual courtesies. The captivity of nobles has to observe certain formalities, you know? It's not like they could just throw you in some hole. They behaved fairly respectfully, but of course he was fishing for information. About Radzig and Hanush, and especially Jobst. What they're planning, how many men they have on the field, who else they're negotiating with, and that.
And what did you tell him?
Nothing that he didn't already know. I played as dumb as the village idiot. I only told him they sent us with that message, and discussed the rest when we were gone.
And did he swallow it?
I think he suspected I was bluffing a bit, and then he tried to loosen my tongue by letting me go hungry for a while. But he soon gave up when he saw he was getting nothing more from me.
My word. Nice work keeping him at bay. But the main thing is, you're alive and kicking. And back with us.
Indeed.
The best thing we can do is to keep doing our work.
What if the old lord doesn't come back?
Then we'll have a young one.
You did.
He was covered in blood, but most of it probably wasn't his.
Bastard was hardly worth it. Don't say that. But if you got yourself killed, don't mourn for all who helped us survive.
Sam, I need to have a word with you.
Uh-huh. That makes two of us.
Just tell him. You may not get another chance.
I talked to Godwin. He said you know each other?
What did you talk about? Me?
We talked about your stepfather, Martin.
Why? Neither of you knew him.
It's true, I did not. But I tried many times. Remember how I stared at your sword when we first met? I recognized the Master's symbol engraved there. Well, the thing is, I am Martin's son.
What? Pa's son? How did...
Yes, his son. That is, his bastard son.
Why are you even telling me this?
I thought you would want to know. Martin was raising you instead of being with Mother. And me.
I know what it's like. My real father rejected me too. I learned the truth only after Pa's death.
You know, all my life, I thought if I did not give a shit about that man, it would be easier. But now that I know I will never see him, it troubles me that I did not get to know him.
I can tell you about him if you want. But now is not the right time. This is not the end. We have to go to Kuttenberg, now. Sigismund ordered confiscation of the property of people in the Jewish quarter.
The king has approved Xere.
He's no king to me. He's a fucking whoreson.
What's a Gezerah?
That is hard to explain.
Nonsense. It is as clear as day. Christians set out to kill our people. Innocent and often defenseless. Ransack their houses and divide the loot. And all that with the king's blessing.
This is what we were afraid of. But we did not expect Sigismund to be in such a hurry. We need to get back into the city and get the people out, quick, before it begins. Will you come with us, Henry? Every man counts.
I'll come. And Liechtenstein already knows about it too.
Very well. We should get going right away.
Let's not waste time.
Thank God you're all right. On the way here, I saw Sigismund horsemen and feared the worst.
Kubienka? What brings you here?
Well, I heard you were having some kind of a feast here, so I came to grab a bit of meat. And I see, instead of that, you have a massacre here.
Well, the real massacre is yet to come if we don't do something fast. We have to get to Kuttenberg. Can we borrow the wagon you arrived on?
But of course. I borrowed it too, if you know what I mean, but,
Could you stop blabbering already? We don't have the time.
Easy, Ingele. And you, sir, if you can, come with us and help us.
All right. But could you please tell me what the fuck is going on?
I'll explain to you on the way. Time is running out.
Are you coming too, Sir John?
Of course.
Let's go then.
Borekata Adonai Eloheinu, melech ha'olam.
Oh, you're finally awake.
Peresh, can we go any faster?
Settle down, son. If you must keep your tongue busy, then use it to pray.
Would you tell me what the fuck is going on already?
Sigismund ordered an attack on the Jewish quarter. We need to get everyone out of there fast.
Bloody hell. I just got ailed up so nicely today.
Oh, that is just great. My mother's life is in the hands of a drunkard.
Don't worry. We'll save your mother.
And everyone else too. Don't forget that.
You seem to care an awful lot about these people, sir.
Are you surprised? It's all my fault. If they weren't helping me...
That droid of Sigismund, may his name be erased, would have found some other excuse to get rid of us.
Look, it's not that I don't feel sorry for you, but don't you think maybe we could make the horses go a little faster? At this pace, we won't make it there in a week.
Samuel, how... What was the story with your mother and Martin?
Do you really want to talk about this right now?
Well, it may be the last chance we get. We could both be dead in a while.
All right. But like I said, I never actually knew Martin. He once came to Kuttenberg and fell in love with my mother. But she is the daughter of a rabbi. Obviously, she could not marry a goy.
And tonight, you will see why.
If you want, Mame will surely tell you more. If we can get there in time. What was he like? I mean, Martin.
He was a good man.
Seriously. Whip those fucking horses.
All right. Schnell! Schnell!
Schnell! Schnell! Так и дайте мне денег, чтобы мы побыстрее поехали.
What's the matter? Why are we stopping?
We will walk from here. We cannot drive right into those murderers' arms.
But how do we get into the town then?
We will go through Sheol.
There are many abandoned mine shafts under the town. One of them ends here.
Won't it collapse on our heads?
We'll find out soon enough.
Follow me.
What a blessing it is to have found the
Так если крутая СДНХ, мы можем таки это поехать быстрее. А вот что так долго идет.
You killed our savior.
What did you just say?
Nothing, I'm just blabbering.
I dare you to say that again. Loud and clear.
You know what, sir? Just ignore me and be glad I'm here. And you up front, pick it up, little kurva. My arse is getting numb. Do you hear anyone?
If they manage to get all the way here, it is all over.
I think I must have just imagined it. Let's keep moving.
This way, Henry. Hopefully we'll find it quickly. I left a stack of my papers in the tavern. And if they fall into Sigismund's hands, people in other towns will die too.
How can a few pieces of parchment be that important? And what do they contain, anyway?
Nothing very pleasant for the most part. Who hates who? Who could be blackmailed with what? Who's hiding where and why? In short, nothing I can afford to lose. Hopefully everything will be all right at the tavern. My stash is locked away, and Samuel's friends are guarding the place. But who knows what the situation is like in the streets now?
Are you afraid?
Me? Do you have any idea how many times I've had to run from a burning town or deal with a hired assassin?
More than once, I reckon.
A lot more, I can tell you. But I admit, I was afraid every single time. Damn it.
What's the matter?
The door leading up to the tavern is open. Samuel's men wouldn't have left it like this. Somebody else must have got in.
I think there's someone walking up there.
Go and check it out. If they took anything down here, they mustn't get out alive. I'll gather up my things in the meantime. I'll meet you outside the tavern.
Не, Моисея убили. Мойшу, точнее. Мойша мертв.
Don't you ever get the feeling we're on the wrong side?
Why the fuck do you serve Eric then, if you're scared shitless of him?
What do you expect me to do? Go up to him and tell him I'm leaving?
Aye, that ain't a good idea. I
knew a bloke who tried that. And what happened to him?
Baruch Hashem, Henry. You're all right. Sam, you're back already? How does it look outside?
A few of the cutthroats got in over the walls, but we dealt with them. But there are more outside the gate.
4 of them were here in the tavern, too.
Fortunately, they didn't take anything important. But your friends paid for it with their lives.
What?
I'm so sorry. If it's any consolation, Henry here has already taken care of those cutthroats.
But they didn't look like they just came to the tavern by chance. Eric must have sent them. What about your mother? Is she all right?
She is, thank God. I told her to get ready, and we would come for her right away.
I'm really sorry about your friends. We got here too late.
There was nothing you could do. Benavis Hamardes. This Eric is really pissing me off. I've never laid eyes on him, yet I cannot wait to wring his neck.
Well, there'll be plenty of time for that later. We have to go now.
I'm sure Mama is waiting for us. We have to take her to the shul.
You go ahead. I'll lock the tavern and block the secret passageway so no one else can get in.
But sir, if any more of them come here,
I can take care of myself. Now go. God be with you.
Тем евреям укрыться! Тем евреям укрыться! Всем евреям укрыться! Очередное изгнание началось.
Oh, Himmel! What's the matter? Where's Sam?
Don't worry, Ma'am. He sent me to take you to him.
Mein Gott! What happened to him?
Nothing. He's out on the street helping the wounded. Let's go now. We're out of time.
Wait! Who are you anyway?
My name is Henry. I'm, Do you remember Martin, the blacksmith?
Of course I do.
I'm his... son.
Was sagst du?
Sam told me that...
Watch out! More are coming! Run to the back, it might be safer there!
What's going on?
Sam, are you all right?
I'm fine, but we will talk when you are safe. Now run!
We have to get to the synagogue. But how?
Through the backyards. Follow me.
Давай, мамзеля, показывай.
Watch out! They're shooting at us! From the ramparts! Get rid of them!
Я ранен.
We have to keep going. Through the yards.
Мамзеля, подожди. Эх, вот бы побольше разжег бы, да? Автомату этому. Жалко, что рожок маленький у автомата. Ой, что такое? Кто там орёт, блядь? Кажется.
We cannot get past the wagon. We have to go this way. Through the house.
Another one.
Come on,
Fucking bastard.
Mummy, are you all right?
I'm fine. But what about you, mein Kind?
I'm still alive. We can talk later. Now, we have to go.
Chase them all down! Come on!
What the hell?
What is it, fuckers? Rather slaughter women and the defenseless?
Let's go! What's going on up there?
Go inside. Quick. To the fucking task.
Never been so glad to see you two.
In need of a helping hand, are you?
No, I just don't want to die here alone.
There they are!
Well, now we're really fucked.
Mustn't get inside. We have to hold them back.
For how long, though?
As long as we need to. What's keeping you?
Schlagen dir die Fresse ein! What are you looking at? Colonel Bayonet.
That hit home! Keine Sorge! Come on, scum! Let him have it! Bad luck!
Go mine!
I'll be done with you in a flash.
Help me! He'll kill me! Kill them!
Get your eyes out!
You won't walk that hard.
Take that fucker out, damn it!
Is that all you got, Pickle Sutton?
Come on! Everyone's inside! Henry, come on!
Let's go.
Gott mohol mir. Let's go. It's this way. Damn. That was a close shave. I reckon I should go to Samuel's mother and talk to her about Martin. I won't get another chance.
Don't worry, even if that happens.
Are you alright?
I'm fine, lad. I thank you for everything.
I know this might not be the best time, but do you think we could talk about Martin?
Right now? Well, all right then. How is Martin actually?
He died. It's only been a few months.
Oh,
Sigismund burned down my village. Pa went to help Ma and... well, they both died there.
I am sorry to hear that, lad. But that is the Martin I knew. He always put others first. At least you survived. That would make Martin happy.
I'm sorry I don't have better news to give you.
Do not worry about it. I am just sad he died before he could meet Samuel.
Is everything all right?
Yes, do not worry. We were just talking about Martin.
How did you meet Martin, if I may ask?
It was such a long time ago. He wanted to open a blacksmith shop in town, but there was no place among your people, so he tried his luck in our quarter.
And that's where he met you?
The rabbi gathered the good men so they could decide whether we wanted to have a goy blacksmith. And Martin wouldn't stop looking at me all night. Then it went schlag auf schlag.
So what happened that made Martin leave you?
My Martin would never leave me. My father found out we were seeing each other and did his best to drive him away. To marry a goy is isur deoraisa, forbidden. But Martin would not give in, and we kept seeing each other, until one day, I was ubore.
That means pregnant.
Yes. My father knew that if word got out, he would not be able to avoid the shame. So he did not miss a beat and took me out of town in secret. I did not even have time to tell Martin the news. I was gone for almost 4 years. In the meantime, my father told everyone that he had married me off. But my husband died. And he only let me come back when he was sure people had accepted it.
Did Martin not go looking for you when you suddenly disappeared?
People said he did go looking for me, even as far as Colin. But he did not find out anything at all.
If only he had gone all the way to Prague.
Even if he went to the very edge of the world, it would not have been enough. Father would have hidden me somewhere else.
And what about you? Did you ever find another man after that?
No. My father called me a widow, so I stayed a widow.
And he didn't try to find anyone else for you?
You know he did, but it never worked out. I made sure of that.
And did you ever go looking for Martin?
I asked around, but no one remembered anything. Or they chose not to. That was probably my father's doing too. And I could not just leave and go looking for him around the world. I had to take care of Samuel. That was the most important thing.
All right. That's about it.
Before you go, tell me, what was Martin like as a father?
Well, he was strict with me, but not too much. Especially in the forge, he worked me hard. I dream about him quite often. About that last day and what he said to me while we were forging a sword together. He said a life of adventure can be over before it begins. And that blacksmithing might be a dull job, but I keep my head on my neck.
He was absolutely right.
Well, look at me now.
You saved all our lives. Martin would be proud of you. He raised you well.
I'm sorry to keep you this long, but... well, I never thought I'd have a brother, even if not related by blood.
Well, I did not expect that either. And thank you, my almost brother. If it was not for you, I do not know how today would have ended. What are your plans now?
I'll go back to the Devil's Den. To Zizka and the others. We need to figure out what to do next.
I will see you there then. But first, I have to escort everyone to Colleen. I do not want anything to happen to them on the way.
Everything should be all right now.
Take care of yourself, dear brother. I will see you this time tomorrow at the Devil's Den.
Have a safe journey.
Sei gesund.
Thank you, Henry, for everything.
You managed to get the documents? What's next for you? Will you go to Jobst, or come with us to the Devil's Den?
I've been thinking about it, and the time for spying is over. There's no one to convince, no one to break, no one to blackmail.
So what then? You going home?
Not yet. Actually, I'll escort these people first. I feel responsible for what happened, and maybe I can at least make up for it a little bit.
But we still have a lot of work to do. We could surely use a spy master.
A spy master is of no use without his network. Only a few of my people are still here, and I wouldn't bet my life on any of them.
Well, that doesn't matter. Maybe you could be useful in other ways.
No, Henry, I played and I lost. Now it's up to the rest of you.
So the court spy and master schemer would rather be an armed escort to these poor souls now? I didn't expect you to be so bothered by conscience.
I may not have been in this world all that long, but I've done a lot of things already. Some good, some bad. But unfortunately, even the good ones can have bad consequences. So many people dead, driven out of their homes and into poverty. All that, just because they helped me.
There's a war going on. People are dying.
But that doesn't mean we can't feel sorry for them.
All right. Have it your way. Have a safe journey, Sir John of Liechtenstein. God be with you.
And with you, Henry of Skalitz. Take care.
We survived. For a while there, I thought we were gonna die.
Many have died, indeed. It is a hard trial to go through. So many lives lost, the Schule in flames.
I'm so sorry. There was nothing more we could do.
You are right. It was too late. How happy I would be if we could get everyone out. But what is done is done.
What will you do now?
Now we must find help in some other community of believers. We will try our luck in Colleen. Many of us have relatives there.
Do you think you'll be pursued?
Well, the mercenaries might follow us, but hopefully it will not come to that. Chas v'sholem. We will split up into smaller groups, so we don't attract much attention until we get farther away from the town. Besides, who would chase us when we have nothing? We left everything behind in the town.
So the agreement with the lords in Rabors no longer stands, eh?
What makes you think that? Do you not trust us?
I do, but you've lost everything. I don't think you'll be able to contribute to our army anymore.
It is true that the Kuttenberg Kehille cannot pay for the army now, but others might, Be'ezras Hashem. Especially when they get word of what happened here.
Sarah told me you drove Martin the blacksmith out of town. Why would you do that?
I had my reasons.
But if you hadn't done it, he might still be alive.
Perhaps. But what about you? If he had not raised you, would you be here today helping us?
No. Probably not. Who knows what my mother would have done without him. God be with you, Rabbi.
Sei gesinnt, and please watch over Samuel.
Return, O Lord, alone shall indulge the wrath.
What will happen to us now?
Where is Mary? Where is she?
Это кто такой? Кто ты? Это знак? Сам Иисус пришел к нам?
Hey, Henry, over here.
О нет, он идет сюда, нет!
Over here, friend. Come and talk to me.
Нет!
What is it you want?
You must be Henry.
Yes, I am.
Well, I've got a message from Master Chenyek for you. Go and see him in the Ole as soon as you can.
What does he want?
Well, I don't know. I was just told to find you and give you the message.
Жесть.
What will happen?
Ну так вот, представляешь, да, короче, удивительные вещи происходят. Удивительное время. Мне не удалось обойти ловушку. Сволочь.
Oh, what a mess.
My humble respects.
Good day. Certain.
I could.
Don't worry.
I can't.
Great.
I'll grab.
Oh.
Заебись секс. Так, секс заебись. Отойду-ка я до магазика быренько схожу. Там посмотрим. Общение делаем. Так, что там? Похуй. Так. Скоро приду, а вы тут не серчайте.